Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I know we have audience from all over the world, and I'm so glad to see you here. And I hope that, sorry, uh, and I hope that you will enjoy our conference today. We have prepared a very strong agenda for all our viewers, and we will guide you through the US, through European Union, through Greece, Portugal, Monaco, Italy, Spain, France, Dubai, Caribbean countries, COVID lowly exposed jurisdictions, Turkey, other countries. We're going to talk today about immigration programs, citizenship by investment, residency by investment, also about real estate and properties all over the world. I know you are wondering what's going on the market right now, and I hope you will be interested to talk to your colleagues. I encourage you to put your questions below this video. So you on the screen below you see the agenda with all the speakers schedule, which you can check and access this conference anytime you like. And also you see the chat where you can put the questions and we will be answering them. All the speakers will be answering this question during the conference, so feel free to put all the questions there. It's just here on YouTube, so you need to log in as a YouTube user and start putting the questions. By the way, my name is Ksenia Korzen, as you may know already, and I'm a general manager of ILP Group. ILP Group is an organizer of worldwide events dedicated to luxury real estate, immigration, and financial consulting, and we are specializing on hotel acquisitions, hospitality real estate acquisitions all over the world. As a part of ILP Group, it's ILP Concierge Service. We will talk about hospitality real estate market later today. I will be the speaker, and I know that we are living in a very interesting time right now because a lot of lockdowns all over the world and viewings of real estate is uh, very complicated for all the buyers, and a lot of deals and acquisitions are happening online in a new reality. So we will talk about it today, and our speakers will share their experience. They will share their experience about their own markets, what's actually happening there, because it's very different from market to market. Because I talk on a daily basis to our partners, to owners of real estate and buyers, and I see that in some countries we see the situation that it's an awful situation, a lot of distressed assets, no deals at all. Some markets are okay, they're still normal situation, normal prices, deals are happening, not as much deals as before, but a lot of liquidation and distressed assets. We will talk about this on the real estate sessions. And what's interesting that on the immigration market, a lot of new legislative changes have been implemented and announced, and I'm sure you heard about Cyprus citizenship program. We have a speaker from Cyprus. He will uncover what's going on there and what will be happening with real estate market, because the most important question, I believe, is how these new rules about citizenship by investment program will affect real estate. So what will happen to real estate market with this new reality? And of course, nobody knows when it will end. So I encourage our speakers and our viewers to ask all the questions which concern you, because it's a lot of concerns on the market. We are not happy as before. I remember last year, because we conduct this event on every year, like we have a lot of events. You can check the schedule on the website, but our main one is happening in Cannes in France, and it's the biggest event, and this virtual conference is replacing that real event today. So we will have a conference the whole day from 10 o'clock UK time until 4 UK time, so you can check time at your country, and we will cover all these topics. We will answer all the questions. So our aim is actually to give you all the answers about what's happening here, how we're gonna live with this new reality, and how to still operate on the market. I know that because I've seen the registrations, I know that among our viewers, as I see, we have 600 viewers right now. I know that like part of you are professionals on the market. You are developers, owners of real estate, immigration lawyers, financial consultants, and from your point of view, you will be interested in how to actually work in this new reality and how to close deals with the buyers, right? And I know that we have investors, potential immigrants, and potential investors in real estate, and you are wondering actually what to do when it's the best time to invest. Is it still interesting to invest now, or it's better to wait until the pandemic will end? And if you're still willing to invest, where and how to choose these assets? So these questions we will be putting to our speakers, and we will be answering them in this time of uncertainty. It's important, you know, to have some strength and some information, and it's always useful to exchange your experience and your thoughts with the professionals on the market and with other investors. I encourage investors who will be watching us, because I've seen that it will be a couple of investment funds and also private individuals. You may, beside of putting your questions in the chat, you can also share your experience and share your thoughts. We will I will read this in this live conference, and maybe we can make this conference like, you know, exchanging of opinions, and we will discuss this. So anytime you can put the questions, we will be reading them, and we will put them on air to discuss with everyone. So I really encourage you to be active and use this possibility to share your opinion and to put your questions. And also, if you will feel that during the conference that there is not enough information on some point and it's not very clear, or you need some data, some more numbers, some more studies, feel free to request. We will be happy to send you afterwards, because we have a lot of informations now, a lot of forecasts, reports, a lot of data about what's happening on this or that market. So we will be really happy to share it with you. And I see a couple of comments, but no questions so far. So if you still have some questions about the agenda, you can put them right now. Going through the agenda, our first speaker will be from the US, then we will move to Greece, we will talk about golden visas, then we will discuss the entire citizenship by investment program market. We will talk about recent changes, trends, solutions. Then we will go to Grenada. Then we will travel to Monaco, Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France, and see what's happening on the real estate market. Then we will move to Portugal and to sunny Dubai. Then we will go to COVID lowly exposed jurisdictions and see what these countries are offering in terms of immigration. Then we will travel to Turkey and Cyprus, and we will finish with a discussion about hotel real estate investments and what's happening on the market there. And also, if you will be interrupting this conference, I'm sure not all of you will be able to stay for 6 hours with us. You can always go back anytime using the same link. We will be here waiting for you. And below this screen, you see the entire agenda, which you can check when the next speaker is about to address the audience. And also the same agenda is available on our website, so you can come and go as you like. Of course, I want you to stay with us all the time, because I'm sure that we have a very interesting conference today. We prepared it with a lot of encouragement, and we collected a lot of facts, and I believe the best speakers on the market. So I hope you will enjoy it with us. And besides, each speaker on his screen will have his contacts. So if you will want to contact the speaker, you can use the contacts and freely contact him via email and put your questions or propose cooperation. So you can also put the questions here on YouTube, and we will read this question to the speaker, and he will answer this question right away. Then you are asking about the recording. Yes, the recording will be available and it will be sent to registered users. So if you will miss the part of the conference, do not worry, we will send you the link. However, I encourage you to stay with us online because it may be interesting discussions. You know, we will be exchanging opinions. Maybe you will meet some interesting people, because we would like to bring some touch of networking to this online conference, because networking is a very important part of the event. I'm sure that you all visit real life events, not only because of the content of the speakers bring and contribute, but also because of the possibility to meet new people, professionals from different countries, potential buyers, potential partners, potential experts, new people. So it's important, you know, to network, and we would like to bring you this opportunity, and so you can meet each other. On the comments, I see that you are starting to becoming more active, so maybe you can introduce yourself here and let other viewers know who you are, which country you are from, whom you are representing, and this way you can meet new potential professionals and partners and buyers. Before we will start with our first speaker, who is now preparing for the speech, and he's actually staying awake in the middle of the night. He is based in the US, and he is staying awake just to have a possibility to address to all of you. And it's always hard, you know, to catch all the time zones, because I know that part of our viewers are from Thailand, Australia, and New Zealand, and some of them are from Caribbean, from the US, from Canada, from Europe, from CIS countries, Russia, Kazakhstan, and other countries. So we have a full international audience here today. I'm really happy to see all of you, and I know that a lot of our partners and clients are watching this conference right now. Of course, I would be happy to see all of you in person. Hopefully after COVID times we will have this possibility and we will see each other in reality, but now let's just use the online facilities as much as we can. That's why I'm again encouraging you um, to use our chat to introduce yourself and to exchange your contacts. Okay. I see the questions to me already from Timothy. Do you have any distressed Swiss hotel assets? Yes, I do, and I encourage you to stay with us until my presentation at 3:30 UK time. I will be talking about distressed assets a lot. I will be presenting them, so I hope you will like the presentation, and of course we can talk with you that time. Okay, so we have a time to present our first speaker, and I'm very pleased to invite to our virtual stage a very experienced professional from the US. He will be talking about EB5. Actually, this speaker, he is a real rising star. You know, it's the official title of him, rising star. He's a very acknowledged and experienced speaker. He knows everything about EB5 program, about immigration to US. He has a lot of successful cases, and he represents the company which we cooperate for a long time, a lot of years. It's a very reputable company. So I'm very pleased to invite to this virtual stage Vitaly Modlo, Director of Investor Relations from CMB Regional Centers, and he will be talking about EB5, your way to US permanent residency and citizenship. Do not hesitate to put any questions to Vitaly in chat. We will answer all of them. So Vitaly, if you are ready and if you are full of energy to deliver your speech, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, Ksenia, thank you so much. Um, is there everything
Yes,
as well about the sound?
yes, we hear you, we see you, so you can start your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm really excited to be actually awake this morning hour. It's 5:15 a.m. In my time. I'm in Davenport, Iowa. So before I start my presentation, and it's going to be about EB5 investment program, of course, in the US. I would just like to start with one of my recent conversation with it's a Russian investor who invested with CMB with our company in back in 2014, and he's now actually received the permanent green card and in the process of repayment the money. And I spoke with him, and he recollected his experience and his due diligence process back in 2013. And what he said was, Vitaly, I remember that when I was looking around to different regional centers in New York, one of the regional centers sent a limo for me for a meeting. And when I was in Florida, they sent Rolls Royce to meet me. So, but when I spoke with one of these regional centers, and they mentioned that, hey, how about what's your process of return of capital to investors? That regional center said, are you supposed to receive your money back? So I hope that in the audience right now, there are people who know a little bit about EB5 program, so they will appreciate the, what the humor, the fun part of, what he was saying, because actually the regional center probably didn't know that they are supposed to return the capital to investors at the end of the day. And the reason I'm actually saying this is that the 2000 year 2000 is very difficult year for many countries, many people, and EB5 has of course been affected by the um, coronavirus. But before coronavirus took place, there was actually the price increase in EB5 in November 2019. Since the inception of the EB5 program, the investment price was $500,000. But since November 2019, the investment price became $900,000. And then the other change.
Mhm. Vitaly, we don't hear you. Something with the connection. Please try one more time because it was like disconnected, so we haven't seen you on the screen for a couple of minutes. Can you please try one more time?
Hello?
Vitaly, sorry, Vitaly had some technical issues, but Vitaly, can you try one more time?
Yeah, I'm online actually.
Okay, we do hear you. Continue the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying that year 2000 has become a very difficult year for many countries, and it has affected EB5 program as well. And even before the coronavirus actually happened in March 2000, there was the price increase in EB5 in November 2019, and since the inception of the EB5 program, the investment price has always been $500,000. But in November, the price has become $900,000. And the way the determination of the target employment area for EB5 project has changed. So, in simply speaking, it's not now possible to offer projects in cities like New York, Manhattan, because it's not possible anymore to say that hey, Manhattan is actually the high unemployment area. And the result of it is actually many regional centers have no longer there on the EB5 market, or had to change fundamentally the way they work with developers, find new areas outside big cities. And right now, for anyone who is actually looking for EB5 visa, which is green card through investment, the most important question is, will your regional center be there for you in 2 or 3 years? Will your project have enough funding, EB5 funding? And so these are kind of questions that are very important now. You have to look at the actual real estate industries in the US to see how they are affected by coronavirus, like hotel industry and tourist industry. We can certainly say that they are negatively affected by coronavirus. The residential real estate market, probably yes as well, because you have to look at the specific project and specific area. Um, but our company, CMB Regional Centers, have been offering the logistic facilities projects. And for logistic facilities is actually the construction of logistic facilities across the United States that are leased or purchased by large companies like Amazon. And this market, the online retail market, and subsequently the logistic market, has been hot market for 10 years, and the coronavirus actually somehow even boosted the logistic market in the US. So that was my like preamble. But without further ado, I would like to switch to the presentation. Okay, Ksenia, can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, and while I will be talking about US EB5 and our company, if there is any questions that you feel you should, interrupt me, please go ahead and interrupt, and I'll be happy to answer those questions. So I'm the director of investor relations in CMB Regional Centers. And CMB Regional Centers is one of the largest companies that offer investment opportunities for those who would like to receive the green card through the EB5 program, green card through investment. And I anticipate a lot of questions probably about our situation now in in the US because it's like pre-election week, and all people here are kind of amplified and hyped up about who will be the next president. And also, I know that many of my clients, they say, "Oh, Mr. Trump, he is against immigrants, and probably, this EB-5 program can be also affected by Mr. Trump's administration vision of the immigration system." So I will cover that in my presentation. But speaking about the US, there is no, there's no question that a lot of benefits that this country brings to the immigrants and their families. People have been immigrating to the United States for decades, and in U.S. has remaining the basically the land of opportunities. If you have kids, the U.S. offers the best colleges in the world. You can live in northern states and enjoy white Christmas. You can live in southern states and enjoy the warm weather throughout the year. You can, as a businessman, you can expand or start your own business, or begin a completely new career. And as an immigrant from Ukraine, who arrived to the US in 2013, have actually changed my career as well, because I used to be a media professional. I worked for the large worldwide media organization, and now I'm working in the biggest EB-5 company in the US, and I help by now maybe hundreds already of families from many countries to accomplish their dreams, their aspirations toward the United States. EB-5 program is actually the green card, and this is one of the ways to get your green card, which is the permanent visa, which you don't have to extend. And having the green card for 5 years gives you the chance to apply for the U.S. citizenship and receive the U.S. citizenship after 60 months with having a green card. And as you may know, there are non-immigration visas in the US and immigration visas. And EB-5 is the immigration visas, which provides a wide range of opportunities, like you can live anywhere in the United States. You don't need to extend your green card. And if your kids are going to college and you live in California, for example, and your kids are going to Stanford University or University of California, your tuition fees will be lower because you're going to be the U.S. permanent resident, as opposed to the international student, and you can open your business as well. So basically, green cards is quite close to the citizenship. There are two differences, although you cannot vote with your green card on the election, and you cannot work for the government entity with your green card. And there is the obligation to live in the United States for more than 6 months a year with your green card. If your business has to, you have to go outside the United States for a business or for family reasons for more than 6 months a year, you need to consult with your immigration attorney how you can do that. But once you receive your U.S. Citizenship, you can live anywhere in the world, and you can go back to your own country and be a U.S. Citizen, U.S. passport holder in your own country. EB-5 is an immigration program to obtain U.S. permanent residency through investment. as I mentioned, the minimum investment price is $900,000. It's if your project is located in the target employment area or high unemployment area. And if the project is located in the affluent area, which is not high unemployment area, then the investment price must be $1,800,000. And the U.S. government allocates 10,000 visas, 10,000 green cards per year. But remember, as an investor, you can include in your petition your wife, your spouse, and your kids who are under 21 and unmarried. So, for example, if you have 3 kids who are under 21, you can include them in your petition. So there will be you, your spouse, and 3 kids in your petition. So your petition will include 5 persons. So it means that these 10,000 visas, 10,000 green cards per year are allocated to approximately 3,300 investors each year. And basically, this EB5 program has been very popular throughout the last probably 6 years. And this visa allocation is not enough. Even now in this year, and we know that there's fewer investors file their petitions to start the EB5 process. There's still a backlog of petitions in the immigration service in the US. So probably it would be useful to increase the visa allocation for EB5 to 30,000, for example. And coming back to recent administration, so I would like to actually say that Mr. Trump knows about EB5 program as far as I understand. What happened this year is some visa categories were actually suspended by Trump's executive order, like H-1B visa and L-1 visa. They are suspended until December 31st of 2020. But he exempted EB5 program. So EB5 program is working. The USCIS, the Immigration Service, accepts new petitions, process petitions, and approves petitions. And when Mr. Trump was running for the presidency back in 2016, he was promising to create more American jobs and to bring investments to the United States. This is exactly what EB5 investor does, because he directs this $900,000 to the specific project in a specific location. This is direct investment. His investment creates American jobs, because in order to receive the green card, you have to create 10 American jobs with your investment. Coming to the United States, this investor becomes a good taxpayer, and he buy real estate, he buy a house or apartment, and puts his kids to college. That's investment as well. So, EB5 investors are probably the best category among all the immigrants that come into the United States. So all those who have concerns about whether there will be EB5 program in the future, it's going to be there for years, and it has been extended for a short period of time, each time, like several months, or until the end of the financial year. And we, of course, would like to see this program being extended for several years. So, there is the confidence among those who are considering the EB5 petition right now. I mentioned that EB5 is a job creation program, and your jobs are created through the construction. So when you invest, you actually invest in the escrow accounts of your partnership, and then your money are released then from the partnership account straight to the developer who spends your money for the construction of the specific project. And you can see on the picture, this is one of our projects in Los Angeles. There are 2 towers, residential towers, condominiums being built right now in the Century City. And just next to these towers, you can see the hotel, which is like landmark hotel of the area. It's called Century Plaza, and we subscribed fully this project back in 2015. It was our biggest project in terms of the amount of the investment. There are 900 investors in this project, Group 48, which means that $450 million of the EB5 funds were released for the construction of this project. So right now, the investors in this project, most of them are in the US already, and some of them already filed their second petition. But basically, many of those investors in the United States and even in the same city, as they choose to live in the United States and Southern California. It's very important slide right here to understand that U.S. government has developed the EB5 program as an investment program. So your investment must be at risk. You, for example, cannot buy a green card if you have $900,000. You have to invest it in your commercial enterprise. And you cannot let's say, buy apartment or a house worth $900,000. That would not qualify as the EB5 investment. So before you make the investment decision, you have to do the proper due diligence, look at the partnership documents, ask as many questions as you need to ask to understand the quality of the project, quality of the regional center, his track record, the quality of the developer, and understand how the developer is going to accumulate revenues in order to repay the EB5 loan. And only after this proper due diligence, if you feel comfortable, you can go ahead and select your project and invest. 2 main goals of the EB5 investors are, of course, the green card and return of capital. And many clients are asking, what about the rate of return? The EB5 program is not for the profit, actually. There is small rate of return that you can see in the projects presented by old tested regional centers like us, like CMB. For example, in our partnership, it's typically about 1% annual rate of return that goes to the investors each year. The reason for it is that we try to minimize the risk component. We must comply with the EB5 requirements, but we don't want to make the at-risk project risky project. So the low rate of return is one of the ways to mitigate the risk component, and so that the developer doesn't have such a financial burden to pay annual interest while he's just building his project and doesn't have any revenues. This is the EB5 timeline. It consists basically of 5 stages. So all those who are thinking about moving to the United States as an immigrant through EB5 is stage 1. You have an intention to immigrate. You need to do your due diligence. You need to retain an attorney who will file the immigration petitions on your behalf. You need to choose the EB5 project and invest $900,000. And plus CMB, our company, takes 70,000 administrative fees for the development of the project. And once you decide to invest, you invest, and we provide your immigration attorney with the business plan, which is part of your petition. And you can see the file I-89 petition, and this is actually how this petition looks like. This is it may be more than thousands of pages, and basically the business plan is most of this petition. So once you file your petition, there is a waiting time for about 2 years, I would say right now. So if you file your petition today, for example, you can expect that your petition would be adjudicated, would be processed by the USCIS, U.S. Immigration Service, in the second part of 2022. So until then, you don't have any visa status. Actually, you have to be in your country, wait for your I-526 petition approval. Of course, if you have a tourist visa or valid visa in the US, you can be in the United States, but there is the waiting time here. Once I-526 petition is approved, your case is then forwarded either to the US consulate in your own country, or if you are already in the US on some kind of visa, you will file for adjustment of status. And for adjustment of status, that's another 3 to 4 months of waiting. And for the consular periods, depending on the country, of course, it's 6 to 12 months. After the interview or after adjustment of status, after the interview, you will arrive on the American soil and they will send the green card to your American address. And that's going to be the conditional green card or temporary, which would be valid for 2 years. And the reason for this government want to show after 2 years with your conditional green card that you have created those 10 jobs with your investment. So therefore, you file the second and final petition to remove conditions from your green card and receive the permanent green card. And this petition is called File I-89 petition. And again, there is the waiting time, which is currently about 2 to 3 years. And you can check actually the USCIS website for the processing times for these two petitions. So if we add up all these stages, I would say that the whole immigration period in EB5 may take maybe 7 years. But it's important to understand that if you file today, you will have the ability to come to the United States with the green card probably in 2 or 3
Vitaly,
years.
thank you.
Yes,
Sorry for interrupting because we have a couple of questions and the limited time to answer them. I would
sure.
prefer if we can focus on the questions now, and also attendees are asking to share your presentation with them. So I want to answer to all our viewers that Vitaly's presentation will be sent to all the attendees. Do not worry, you will have it emailed to you. And also right now on the screen, all of you see Vitaly's contact. So in case Vitaly will not be on time to cover all the aspects of the topic, you can put your questions straight away to Vitaly by email or below this conference. Vitaly, so the first question is, how do you think how elections which are happening now will affect EB5 program? Can you do your forecast? What will happen if one or another president will win? So what are your forecasts? How it will affect EB5?
Well, I don't think that either Biden or Trump will somehow affect EB5 because the decision to shut down the EB5 program is taken by the US Congress. And the majority of senators in the US Congress think that EB5 is a very good program. So don't be afraid if Mr. Trump wins again, because Trump is pro EB5 person, and obviously, if Biden is a representative of the Democratic Party, and Democratic Party is known for their good attitude towards immigrants.
Thank you so much. Also, Zumrat Karimova from Kazakhstan send you her warm greetings, and she asked, could you please dwell a bit on the fiancé visa? Sorry for the off top. I'm not sure if you can answer that question, but if you can, please go on.
Well, what I can do is I can introduce this person to the good immigration attorney who does the fiancé visas. As the regional center, as the case manager in the regional center, I work with multitudes of good, of top immigration attorneys in the US. So it's not a problem. If you please reach out to me through the phone number or the email, I will be happy to do this introduction for you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vitaly. We have to move to the next country and next speaker. I listened to your presentation, and it's a lot of interesting insights for me. And I'm sure that for all the attendees and viewers, it was also very useful and informative. Again, thank you so much for staying with us awake. And all the viewers are encouraged to contact Vitaly directly. You see Vitaly's contacts on the screen. Okay. Thank you so much, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ksenia, and I apologize that my internet was interrupted.
No worries. We will send all the presentation to the attendees.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next. So I hope you enjoyed the presentation about the US and EB5 visas. And now we are going to move to a very sunny and beautiful country, to Greece. And I'm very excited to announce our next speaker. The topic is the Greek Golden Visa scheme during the pandemic. So you will learn everything about how to receive Golden Visa during pandemic times, what is going on the market right now, why you do have or don't have to choose this program. And our speaker is Sotiris Fotias, litigation and restructuring partner of Alexiou Cosmopoulos law firm. So Sotiris, if you hear me and you are online, you can join and start speaking.
Good afternoon to everyone from Railean today, unfortunately. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Do you hear me?
Sorry, Sotiris, I think we don't hear you. Sotiris, can you try to tell something, because I think that
Yes.
yes, now we hear you. Okay.
Is it better now?
Hello.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we do hear you.
Yes.
Hello, Sotiris. Yes.
So, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Apologies for any technical discrepancies. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a privilege having the opportunity to discuss with you some key aspects of the Greek legal framework regarding the granting of an investor's permanent residence permit.
It's okay. New times, new era. It's a lot of online. Sotiris, can you say something one more time so we can check?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies for any discrepancies. It's a privilege having the opportunity to discuss with you some key aspects of the Greek legal framework regarding the granting of an investor's permanent residence permit, and especially in the light of the pandemic and its implications on the Greek market. I will be replacing today our real estate partner, Helen Alexiou, due to an emergency. She couldn't be with us. but all credits to her and her team for this presentation. So, on the basis of this material, we will try to elaborate some interesting points on the conditions and the procedure of the granting according to the Greek legislation, on the benefits of such permits for its holders, on the comparison with the past in Greece and with other European legal orders, and finally, I will also try to extract some concluding points that will help the current situation. I will be, of course, available to discuss further with you any questions or points needing more thorough insight at the end. So, in our opinion, there are two preliminary remarks that shed light to the Greek legal regime of the so-called golden visas. First, investment as a precondition for the permit is perceived almost exclusively as investment in real estate. It is very recently that an alternative option of investment in bank products has been set as equivalent. In other words, when referring to an investor, we mean a real estate investor. Second, this approach has not changed during the pandemic. The recent emergency circumstances did not affect the substantive provisions of the Greek law. On the contrary, factual conditions appear to be different. There is a slowdown in the administrative process of examination, approval, and issuance of those permits. We can say that we do have there a controversy between the law and the facts. So, in the light of the aforementioned, I think it is now time to go through this material in more detail. I would like to move forward to the next slide, if possible. The legal base. All pertinent provisions are included in the Greek law 42:1 promulgated back in 2014. Actually, it's the Greek Code of Immigration as amended and still in force. This piece of legislation provides for various categories of visas. We will discuss only the regime of the visa offered upon investment activity of the applicant. It is also vital to note that investment may result only of the residence permit of the Greek citizenship. Citizenship is the object of other pieces of legislation which will not be discussed in this brief presentation. For information purposes only, it is, however, helpful to stress that the granting of the Greek citizenship is not connected to investment criteria and requires further substantiation in other criteria, such as the long duration permanent stay, the cultural links with the country, etc. Residence per se does not necessarily result in the granting of the citizenship. Two criteria must be met cumulatively. We can see the next slide now. Lawful entrance into the Greek territory, plus investment in real estate property that surpasses a material threshold of 250,000 euros. I'm not sure if you can see the next slide now. Some clarifications would be helpful. Indirect control of the asset is also eligible. Assessment in this case will be made on the share or the equity control of the legal entity that owns this asset. Joint ownership is also eligible for the granting of a permit. In this case, the threshold will be applicable to every joint owner, apart from the case of spouses. An important remark that has been made is that the consideration must be fully paid at the time of the filing of the petition. Even if the deed, the notarial deed, is conditioned upon other factors and events, these conditions must be respectively fulfilled or aborted at the time of the filing. Now, will illustrate us that the material threshold is also applied to other events, such as long-term actually 10-year leases pursuant to specific pieces of the Greek legislation, and bank products, which is the recently introduced innovation, breaking, I would say, the exclusivity, the strict and narrow link between the investment criteria and the real estate. I'm not sure if we can see the next slide, please. However, we are not yet familiar with cases of said investment. In other words, real estate investment remains the vast majority in the implementation of the Greek legal regime. In other words, there is an alternative eligibility in the investment option. The conditions are met only through sale and purchase of the asset. Let's see now the process at a glance. The decision for granting is issued by a higher official of the Greek state, acting as a representative of the Minister of Internal Affairs. It is apparent that the petition must be accompanied by relevant documentation evidencing the transaction, notarial deeds or bank transfers. Rejection of the petition is subject to traditional judicial recourses before the administrative courts of Greece. In other words, there is room for judicial protection. However, this would entail civil or commercial disputes being arising, since the controversy would supposedly relate to the completion or not of the transaction and or the legal status of the asset or the legal name. It is important to stress that the beneficial scope of the application is extended to the family member of the applicant, spouse, descendants up to 21 years, and parents. More accurately, these members are entitled to file for a separate permit without sentencing a separate investment. Let's move please to slide 6. How do we define permanent residence? The permit has a 5-year duration. It is renewable every 5 years, provided that all conditions are fulfilled at the end of each 5-year period. In other words, the applicant must remain beneficial owner of the asset in one of the ways required for the initial grant. Slide 7 would show us the cost of the procedure. Expenses is, of course, one of the key issues for any interested individual. I'm not aware of the exact costs in other jurisdictions, but I assume that the Greek legal system is a relatively cost-effective. Administrative fees for the admissibility of the application would not exceed an amount approximate to 2,000 euros. Additionally, fees for the dependent applications, namely the applications filed by adult family members of the initial applicant, are also extremely low. An amount of 166 euros is applicable only. The conclusion is that no significant costs other than the investment value are applied to the procedure. Slide 8 was a key point. Why apply for a Greek golden visa? I suppose that the answer is not a Greek particularity and relates mostly to the advantages regime offered by the EU and Schengen zone legal framework. In this context, an investor is indeed entitled to travel and back within the said territorial zones in his capacity as a legitimate holder of a visa from a member state. However, one could argue for some favorable circumstances specifically met in Greece. The good performance of the country in the pandemic phenomenon, the competitiveness of the market value, we talk about accessible purchase market values, and market values that favorize future sale open to profit, give margin to profit. We have the numbers of options, including the living, in the light of this family extension of the visa. Access to public health and education, and the possibility of extension of income, even in the same rental. About in other words, we can talk about investment for investment and not as pure means for the permit grant. This creates, in our opinion, a balanced benefit of issues. So we come now to crucial parameter, which is a fair comparison with similar frameworks in the European we have to present a very brief comparator reserved to possible inaccurate information, for which I will be glad to be corrected by others. Greece appears to have a relatively low threshold of required investment. Please note that the recent internal developments involving public officials in not transparent process of granting, Cyprus has publicly announced a forthcoming suspension of it. We can go through slides 9 and 10 for this comparative analysis. Slide 11 will draw some conclusions on the overall regime. To sum up, the Greek Golden Visa, you can now see slide 11 if possible. The Greek Golden is by a relatively simple and clear system of provisions. Is granted on the basis of a low material threshold investment, is extended to family members of the initial applicant, provides access to a competitive real estate market, and provides, amongst others, access to education and national health systems. On the contrary, slide 12 illustrates potential risks.
Sorry, Sotiris, your voice is breaking up. Maybe ask you to maybe change the headset or try to change something with the voice. We already informed the attendees that your presentation, together with the recording of the video, we will make a new recording. We will send it to everyone. However, maybe you can do something with a headset which you are using, or somehow change, because the voice is interrupting. So we do see you clearly, and the presentation we see clearly. It's only the voice. Now it's worse. Maybe something else. Try to say something.
I'm afraid that the connection is not very good. I don't know if things are better now.
Sorry, don't hear you. Okay, what we may offer? First option, we may maybe just record the presentation and we will send it after the online conference to everyone. Maybe it will be better, or we can try to do something with your internet connection and the voice, and just reschedule this presentation today by the end of the day, like at 3:30, let's say, or we will just record and send to everyone.
Okay, whatever is more convenient.
Okay, maybe just a quick question to the attendees. Maybe you have some questions. We have a person with the name Dalia. Can we get citizenship to Greece? I believe you were talking about residency, so there is a question about citizenship. Maybe you can briefly answer this.
Yes, the citizenship has a different legal framework, different requirements, and would require an evidence of additional criteria, the fulfillment of additional criteria, such as cultural links with the country, a successful interview with the Greek public authorities, and other stuff that do not depend on the investment.
Okay, the sound is still not clear. However, I will put the question, so maybe you will just remember it, and after that we will answer. The question is from Zumrat Karimova. Thank you for the presentation. Our prices for real estate vary across the country. What are the most expensive and the cheapest regions, and what kind of real estate is available at 250,000 euros? However, the attendees do not hear you well, so I suggest we will just record all that questions and we will answer them after the conference. So my address to all the viewers, those who are watching right now, you can most welcome to put all the questions regarding Greek golden visa now in our group chat, and Sotiris will answer all of them. We will record and send it to you. So the questions you may put here, and also on the screen you see contacts of Sotiris. It's an email and a phone number, so you can contact Sotiris directly and address all your questions, receive a professional consultation regarding residency and citizenship in Greece, as well as I'm sure that Sotiris will be pleased to help you with selection of real estate investments across Greece. They have a huge experience in this field, so you can definitely cooperate. Sorry for these connection issues, but I hope that we will resolve all them, and we will be able even to make a longer presentation, not in 30 minutes, but we promised all the attendees that Sotiris will describe the whole topic in full, not limited to time, and after that we will put this video on our YouTube channel, and also we will email it to everyone. So thank you so much, Sotiris, for your time, and we will be in touch with you. For everyone, please put your question regarding Greece to our chat. And while we are preparing the next speaker, who is about to start a bit earlier, I hope that he is ready. I will check with my team. Now, if Dominic is ready a bit earlier, let us check. So our Okay, and our next topic is citizenship by investment programs, recent changes, trends, and solutions. And I am very, very pleased to invite to the stage our next speaker, Dominic Volek, Group Head of Private Clients, Managing Partner of Henley Partners UK. Dominic prepared a very fruitful and interesting presentation for you. And Dominic is a professional who may actually answer the questions regarding different programs of different countries. So if you are now considering and comparing different programs in different countries, Dominic is the one who will answer which one to choose without, sticking his attention to only one program. So he will describe a variety of them. And when Dominic will start to speak to all our viewers, attendees, I encourage you to start with your questions already right now. We will collect all these questions, and after Dominic will finish the speech, he will answer all your questions. So Dominic, the floor is yours. Please start. Welcome to our conference.
Thank you so much. Thanks to Ksenia and the International Luxury Property Group for inviting me to present today. So the topic for the next little while will be citizenship by investment programs, and I will go through some of the recent changes. There certainly has been some changes recently, as well as the trends and solutions that we are seeing globally. For those of you that are not familiar with Henley and Partners, so as Ksenia said, I'm the Group Head of Private Clients. Henley and Partners is the global leader in residence and citizenship planning, where we specialize in advising private clients across the globe on obtaining either residence by investment or citizenship by investment. As a group, we also have quite a significant government advisory practice, where we also strategically advise various governments on how to design and implement these investment migration programs. And we've been doing that now very successfully for over 20 years. I'm with my role, I work very closely with all of our offices across the globe. So hopefully I can share some of the trends that we are seeing, whether it's clients in South America, the US, throughout Europe, Nigeria, India, Southeast Asia, and even through to Australia and New Zealand. So look forward to some of the questions, which I think we'll take towards the end of the session. Just very quickly, for those of you maybe not familiar with the concept, I think a lot of people get confused with the concepts around visas and citizenship and residence and tax residence. So I generally like to start just highlighting, the fact that what we're talking about here are two very different concepts. A lot of clients are, of course, interested in obtaining citizenship, and which gives you the right to hold the passport of that country. Crucially, for a lot of clients that are interested in citizenship by investment is the fact that they can use that passport for international travel. I'll chat a bit about that some more later. And of course, as a citizen of a country, it affords you the protection from the state as well. And so has certain benefits in that regard. And citizenship is generally not subject to any conditions. So once you go through these citizenship by investment programs and you become a citizen of that country, as long as you don't become completely persona non grata and you are still of good standing, then your citizenship is relatively unconditional, where in contrast, residence and certainly some of the golden visas or any type of residence permit that you may hold for a country would typically be subject to certain conditions, either that you spend some time in that country, that you have a job in that country, or that you keep a certain investment in place in that country. So I'll go through a slide a little bit later that will highlight the various both citizenship by investment and residence by investment programs that are available around the world. Of course, the next few minutes I'll be focusing primarily on citizenship by investment. So in terms of citizenship, of course, the obvious question is why would someone want a second citizenship and passport if they're allowed dual citizenship, or in certain cases an alternative citizenship? So some of these are probably quite obvious. One of the bigger drivers for the industry has always been visa waivers and getting greater global mobility, access to international financial markets, for business travel, for leisure travel. So wealthy people, a lot of high net worth individuals may have been born in a country and become a citizen of a country whose passport is very restrictive from a travel perspective. And so a big driver for the industry has always been high net worth individuals looking to acquire citizenship through the programs that are available. And I'll touch on that a little bit more in terms of what those typical markets are. Independence and retirement is, of course, a key driver for a lot of clients. The ability to relocate to another jurisdiction and to have, settlement freedom in other countries is, of course, an attraction. And having certainly, a second citizenship certainly gives you more optionality. Privacy and security is more and more a driver for a lot of clients. And of course, tax planning and linked to that in some cases is expatriation as well. So citizenship is one of the tiebreaker rules in a lot of double tax treaties. And of course, one trend which we see quite a lot of, particularly for clients in the US, is to expatriate out of the US. So the US is one of only 2 countries in the world that will tax you based on your citizenship. And certainly I'm based here in Singapore currently, and a lot of US expats that are living out in Asia and have no intention of going back to the US, they look to acquire an alternative citizenship in either the Caribbean or in Europe. And after that, they go through what can be quite a arduous process of expatriating out of the US and renouncing their US citizenship. So some of you may have come across our Henley Passport Index. This is an index of all the countries in the world and the passport world, and it ranks the passports by the number of countries that your passport gives you either visa-free or visa-on-arrival access to. So in the latest edition, Japan, Singapore, as you can see on the slide in front of you, Japan has the strongest passport in the world, purely from a travel perspective, with visa-free or visa-on-arrival access to 191 destinations. As would be expected, the top 10, top 20 are, other than Japan, Singapore, and South Korea in Asia, are typically, EU member states, the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. And therefore, where those countries have programs that are available, they are incredibly popular. On the bottom end of the Henley Passport Index, as you can see, are other nations whose passports are very weak from a travel perspective. So, these destinations have some very successful, skilled individuals who are financially independent, but they are very restricted in terms of their ability to travel just by virtue of the fact of being a citizen of that country. So they typically look towards citizenship by investment to increase that global mobility. This slide here then just highlights on the left-hand side what would be the most typical source markets for clients interested in citizenship by investment, at least historically. So Russia, China, South Africa, India, Philippines. Of course, a lot of the clients in these countries will always need to consider whether they need to actually renounce the existing citizenship. Certainly in Asia, most countries don't allow dual citizenship, so that is a consideration whether the individual is comfortable to renounce their citizenship of birth when they take an alternative citizenship. And the column on the right is really what is considered the leading citizenship by investment programs in the world. Some of you who are familiar with the industry will, of course, know that the Cyprus program will be suspended now on the 1st of November, but all the other programs there are certainly all still available. And then, of course, the question is what's happening now? So in the previous slide, you wouldn't have seen the US and the UK and some of the European countries in terms of source markets, but that is certainly changing now. The US, of course, is a very interesting dynamic I won't say coming out of COVID, but certainly the way COVID has been managed in certain jurisdictions, and the US is one example, alongside Brazil and others. The US also has elections coming up, which make a lot of people nervous, and when wealthy people experience uncertainty, they therefore look for optionality. And of course, as you all know, high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals, they like to diversify the assets they invest in. They diversify geographically. They may diversify across different banks and have a Swiss bank account and a European bank account. And so therefore, if they are so inclined towards portfolio diversification, then surely it makes no sense for them to also only have one citizenship and one residence. And so this is a big trend now that we're seeing, even in what can be considered tier one countries like the US and the UK, where wealthy individuals in these markets are now looking to develop a portfolio of both citizenships and residences as well. And so this is certainly a trend that we've noticed over the last, particularly over the last 6 months, in terms of the considerations for our clients talking to us about these various options. And a final comment just on COVID. The discussion, of course, is also now very much centered around pandemic preparedness. How have countries reacted and managed the pandemic? We're clearly not out of the woods yet. And potentially this isn't the last one we will see in our lifetime. So the idea of clients now looking at places that are more remote, like Australia and New Zealand, as being very attractive in the way they've handled the pandemic, and the fact that they're islands to a certain extent, like in the Caribbean, which can very quickly shut the borders and control any type of pandemic scenario, is another important factor for a lot of clients. And on the back of that, also, how these countries' healthcare facilities have managed under the pressure of the pandemic. So coming to the programs then, as I mentioned, this slide here really is a mix of both residence by investment and citizenship by investment. Globally, there's about 100 countries that actually have some form of regulation or legislation in place for an investment migration program, but there's only really about 30 or so countries that have any type of relevant either residence or citizenship by investment program, and this slide here encapsulates most of those. In terms of citizenship by investment, there's really two areas that dominate the industry, and that would be the Caribbean, where you have currently have five options available in Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Lucia. And then in Europe, you have Cyprus, as I said, will be suspended now. Malta is sort of in between two programs, which I'll come to in a little while. And then you've got Montenegro and Turkey, which also offer very interesting programs. Europe is still very much the focus for a lot of clients, and especially on the residence by investment side. We heard previously about the Greek Golden Visa. Portugal also has a very attractive Golden Residence Permit program. Malta and Cyprus do also have attractive residence by investment programs, so both those countries have a residence by investment option as well as the citizenship by investment option. So if we touch on the Caribbean very briefly, I won't go through all of this, but the model in the Caribbean is very much the same in that anyone applying for one of their citizenship by investment programs has the choice of either making a donation to the government, and this is typically into either some type of sustainable growth or hurricane relief fund that then obviously goes back into the communities and the economy, or they can invest into real estate. St. Lucia, which I'll come to separately, actually has an interesting government bond option as well, which I'll touch on. But the client always has options. Either you can donate or you can invest into real estate. If you're going the real estate route, this is typically into a sort of internationally branded, managed five-star resort. I know our friends at KIMPTON KAWANA Bay are up quite soon, I think after me, so I won't go too much into the real estate. But the Caribbean is really, as I said earlier, about clients looking for a better travel document or just the security of having and being able to travel on a second citizenship and passport from a arguably more politically benign country. They're all very good travel documents. They're all independent Commonwealth countries. They all have visa-free access to the European Schengen area, Singapore, Hong Kong. Some have to Russia. They all have to the UK. So very attractive in that regard. Grenada, particularly interesting because it is one of very few passports around the world that has visa-free access to China. And that's quite a good point of interest for a lot of our clients, particularly our entrepreneurs that are doing a lot of business in China. And then, of course, the other question or factor for a lot of clients is how much time do I need to spend there? They're all beautiful islands, so we always encourage our clients to visit. But in terms of mandatory visits, only Antigua and Barbuda requires you to visit there for the first 5 days. For 5 days in the first 5 years that you're a citizen. So well worth the trip. In terms of recent changes, and a lot of these happened, I just focus on the key ones that have happened sort of between May and July this year. So quite an innovative option, certainly in St. Lucia. St. Lucia's always had a government bond option at $500,000. They have, for a limited time, they've introduced a COVID-19 relief bond. This is only available for applications that are submitted before the end of the year. So that clients need to move quite quickly on. And this is a minimum $250,000 investment into a zero interest bearing government bond that is held for 5 years. As the number of dependents increases, and this is aimed at large families as well to a certain extent, the number of years that you would have to keep the bond can increase. And if you go beyond 4 dependents, then the bond investment goes up to $300,000. So very, very interesting in terms of clients that look at it from a total sunk cost perspective. because your cost is really only the government and application fees, and being a government bond, the bond, will be repaid after the 5 years. So that's quite an interesting one. St. Kitts and Nevis has for quite some time now had their Sustainable Growth Fund option, and again coming through COVID, and of course a lot of these islands are very reliant on tourism, and so they've come up with innovative ways in terms of raising government revenues. And so for the Sustainable Growth Fund, they are now offering that at a non-refundable contribution of $150,000 for up to 4 people. That's only valid for applications submitted before the middle of January next year. If anything goes in after that, then for a family of 4, that 150 would go up to 195. And then Antigua introduced, has this University of West Indies fund option. Again, it's a contribution to this to the UWI fund, and this is particularly targeted at large families. So it's only available for families of 6 or more. And as part of the process, the application will also entitle one of the family members to a 1-year scholarship at the university. And then finally, what I think a lot of practitioners and clients have been asking for quite some time is the qualifying siblings can now be included in an application with the main applicant and their spouse and their children. So siblings are now able to also apply. At the moment, this is only available in Dominica, Grenada, and St. Lucia, subject to those qualifying criteria there. And then moving on to Europe, as I mentioned, probably just 2 comments. I'll talk about Cyprus and Malta first. So Cyprus has had a very successful program, but the government has decided to suspend the program in its current form as of the end of this month, and they will go through a review process there. In Malta, so the original Malta program was the Malta Individual Investor Program, very successful for the country, but it always had a cap. So when the program launched back in 2014, they were only going to accept 1,800 applications, and we are at that cap now. So they ceased taking new applications from July this year, and so the government has already indicated that version 2 of the program will be launched very soon. So I won't go into too much detail on those. Montenegro, that launched at the end of last year, so in October last year. Already the first citizenships and passports have been issued under the program. Montenegro is very interesting for a couple of reasons. So it is, of course, again, like in the Caribbean, it's a very good travel document, so visa-free access to 124 countries, including the Schengen zone. And Montenegro requires two aspects to the program. So there's a €100,000 non-refundable contribution per application, and then the client has a choice. They need to invest into a real estate project. These are greenfield real estate projects, and that is either €250,000 if it's in the north, or €450,000 if it's in the south. So a very interesting program, and something that is unique about Montenegro is that it is an official candidate member to join the European Union, and a lot of estimates are that it is next in line, and that could happen as soon as 2025, 2026. So of course, there's no guarantees there, but it's certainly a very attractive added benefits of the program. In Turkey, so Turkey has their citizenship by investment program, incredibly popular. I think it's, in terms of numbers and applications, I think it's number 1 in the world now. From a travel perspective, the passport is not as strong as the other countries, as you can see, but the investment amounts are relatively low when compared to the other options: €250,000 into real estate, or €500,000 into a bank fixed deposit, and that only needs to be held for 3 years. And then in Austria is a lot more complicated. They don't have a program like these other countries do. In Austria, there's a clause in the Citizenship Act that is typically aimed at successful scientists, artists, sportsmen, and businessmen and investors. who, if they can bring extraordinary benefits to the Republic of Austria, they can be granted citizenship. So it's a lot more complicated process, but it is something that we can assist with as well. And then in terms of the recent changes, I think I touched on all of this now. As I said, in Malta, the program has now is about to reach the cap, so they're no longer accepting new applications to start the process. And the new program we expect to be launched, if not now in November, hopefully before the end of the year. So that's a very quick sort of whirlwind tour through citizenship by investment in terms of the trends and changes that have happened in the last couple of months. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you so much, Dominic, for a very interesting presentation, a lot of insights. Can you please switch off our broadcasting? Yes, thank you. So we have one question from Dalia Avnieli. The question is the following: are the Caribbean countries' minimum real estate purchase and minimum contribution together? I'm not sure about this, how to understand this question, but maybe you can just briefly touch minimum real estate purchase and minimum contribution in Caribbean countries. Maybe the question is about that contribution plus real estate investment, the sum is formed from both real estate investment and contribution, or separately real estate investment and separately contribution.
Yeah, correct. So any applicant has the choice. So it's the two routes that they can choose on. So it's an either or. So either the applicant can choose to donate $100,000 to $200,000, depending on the size of the family, or they can select to go the real estate route, whereby once on approval of their citizenship, they would then conclude a real estate transaction into, as I said, one of these sort of 5-star managed resorts. And then they would need to hold that property for a period of usually 5 years, and then they can sell it. But the citizenship is granted. They would need to choose which option at the start of the application, and once the citizenship is granted, they then make either the donation or they conclude the real estate transaction.
The next question is from Zamrat Karimova. Great overview. Do you have any figures as to which destinations enjoy the highest demand among nationals of Kazakhstan or among nationals of CIS countries in general?
Look, I think it's probably a function of the lapse of time. So certainly St. Kitts and Nevis is the oldest program. So that program opened back in 1984, and so it's had a very long period of, and therefore typically has the most, what we refer to as economic citizens. But in terms of the breakdown for Kazakhs particularly and CIS, I don't have that figure on the top of my head. But a program like St. Lucia would certainly have a lot less. St. Lucia is arguably the most exclusive, only because it's the newest program in the Caribbean. So there's probably only a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 St. Lucia economic citizens, where in St. Kitts, I think there's probably 20,000 or more now.
Thank you so much. And also a question about Cyprus, because what is your personal opinion? What will happen to this program? Will it resume in any other way with the changes, or it will not be available forever? And just in case it will not be available, who will take the position of Cyprus? Because it was a very important one and a big one. So which country will benefit from this situation?
Yeah, very good question. So, I think my personal opinion is that I think Cyprus will come back, only because, investment migration programs are more important to all the countries that run them, and there's a lot of new countries that will come online as well, and particularly because of the pandemic. So a lot of countries have had various job support schemes, SME grants. A lot of money has been, put in by governments to keep these economies afloat, and Cyprus is no different. It's had an incredibly successful program. Significant foreign direct investment has come in from the program. And so governments, they can only go to the international debt market so much. And that's why investment migration as a whole has become so popular, and more countries are realizing the benefits of these programs. Of course, they need to be structured correctly, and the due diligence and AML checks needs to be there. So my hope is that Cyprus will now have a review process. They will relook at how they do certain things, maybe look at other countries in terms of a benchmarking exercise, and hopefully it is relaunched. I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. These programs need to be looked at carefully, but let's hope it does come back in the future. In terms of the second question, certainly, the demand is there. So it's not like someone who is looking at citizenship will now, go to another program. So Montenegro, I think, certainly may benefit from it. Malta, when the program opens, will be a natural shift to Malta as well.
Thank you so much. And your advice to those who own Cyprus real estate, is it a time to sell right now or wait? What to do? Maybe the prices will decrease dramatically in a couple of months, or?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. I mean, we've always been very, very careful with clients in terms of what is the exit strategy, and are you buying a property to get citizenship that is reliant on the citizenship program? And we know from experience and from the last 10, 20 years is that the programs do come and go, they do close, they do change. So I think there will be clients that have invested into very high-priced properties that are very difficult to sell to the local market or even to rent them out. I think that's going to happen. But if they've worked with decent service providers and they've listened to professional advice in terms of what type of properties to buy, and as I said, what is the liquidity strategy at the end of the 5 years of holding this property, then they shouldn't have a problem.
Thank you so much. Let me check if we have other questions. No questions so far. Thank you so much for interesting presentation, and to all the viewers and attendees, you can see contacts of Dominic on the screen. You can see email and the phone number, so feel free to contact Dominic for further questions and consultation directly. You can also leave new questions in our chat, and we will pass them to Dominic. And it's time to move to our next topic. Thank you so much, Dominic, and have a nice day.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Я готова. Okay, and now we are moving to sunny Caribbean, to one of the most interesting, easy and fast program, which is very popular in the world. I know that India and CIS countries really enjoy this program. It's also interesting and short path to the US. I hope you all understand what I'm talking about, but if you don't, I will announce the topic with pleasure. So next topic is Grenada citizenship by investment, and this topic will be presented by Tom Scott, Managing Director of KIMPTON KAWANA Bay. So Tom, are you with us? We see you. Please say something so we can ensure that we hear you.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Okay, we do hear you well. I guess it's a good sound. So the stage is yours. You can start your presentation.
Well, thank you very much to you and your team at ILP Group for hosting the webinar today. And I'll gladly go through the presentation and take some questions at the end. So I'll start off with my presentation. I'm going to start the presentation by just giving a short video, which gives an overview of Grenada as a country, its CBI program, and KIMPTON KAWANA Bay, which is the project we're going to speak about in depth later.
KAWANA Bay is a 5-star luxury resort in Grenada, which is located at the southern end of the Caribbean chain of islands. The island has an idyllic climate, with year-round cool ocean breezes and a mean temperature of 29 degrees Celsius. Grenada boasts a strong export and tourism economy and is home to St. George's University, one of the world's largest American-accredited medical schools. With daily direct flights from a number of major cities, travel is convenient and stress-free. Grenada is a safe, unspoiled tourism destination which offers beautiful forest scenery and pristine beaches. Its population is also friendly and welcoming. KIMPTON Bay is ideally located on Grand Anse Beach, voted by Condé Nast Traveler as one of the world's best beaches. KIMPTON Bay is currently the only CBI project in Grenada offering title-deeded real estate at the approved price of $220,000. Suites and studios are for sale through the Grenada Citizenship by Investment program. Purchasing at KIMPTON Bay provides hassle-free with no annual out-of-pocket fees. The resort will be operated by KIMPTON Hotels and Restaurants, which is part of the Intercontinental Hotels Group of companies. Citizenship by investment in Grenada is a fast, efficient, and straightforward process. Grenadian citizenship provides many benefits, including visa-free travel to over 140 countries and significant reduction of tuition fees for Grenadian citizens who reside in the country for undergraduate degrees at St. George's University. Grenada has a source-based income tax system that does not tax worldwide income, nor do you pay any wealth, gift, inheritance, or capital gains tax. There is no interview, education, language test, or management experience required. Citizenship is permitted. Grenada is an E2 visa treaty country with the USA, meaning approved E2 visa applicants are eligible to start a business and live in the USA with their family. Processing time for the E2 visa is usually 2 months. Citizenship by investment at KIMPTON Bay is fast, financially sound, and provides global access opportunities that other CBI programs in the world simply rival.
So as you can see from that summary video, KIMPTON Bay is a 5-star luxury resort and development, and it's located on the world-famous Grand Anse Beach. KIMPTON Hotels and Restaurants is part of the Intercontinental Hotel Group of companies. And what we're offering is high-quality, individual and shared ownership condominium real estate, title-deeded real estate. It's for sale through Grenada Citizenship by Investment program, the CBI program, and we're able to offer investors that at the minimum investment threshold of $220,000. And it also offers a great potential for rental income through a very transparent hotel rental management program, which is a percentage of revenue, not profit. For those of you who don't know where Grenada is located, it's the southern end of the Eastern Caribbean, known as the Windward Isles. It's south of the hurricane belt. And in fact, statistically, there have been more hurricanes in London in the last century than they have in Grenada. So it's really got a fantastic location in the southern end of the Eastern Caribbean. Just a little bit of information about Grenada as a country. It's a member of the British Commonwealth and is also a full participating member of both the CARICOM and the OECS. It's a small island. It's 344 square kilometers, and it's got a population of 112,000. The official language is English, and it really does benefit from an ideal climate with a mean temperature of 29 degrees. The economy of Grenada is driven primarily by 3 sectors, which is tourism, agriculture, and St. George's University. Pre-COVID, it was a premier destination for North America and European tourists, and I'm sure that is poised to continue to grow and to bounce back quickly when travel restrictions permit. It's also known as the Island of Spice because of the production of nutmeg and mace. It's one of the world's largest exporters of these. And a very popular and in-demand university in St. George's, which has 8,000 students from over 140 different nationalities. It's one of the largest American accredited medical schools. In fact, 1 out of every 100 practicing medical practitioners has actually graduated from St. George's University. Just in terms of airlift, this was sort of pre-COVID, although many of the airlines have opened up again now. You can see for a relatively small island, it actually has fantastic airlift with direct flights that are open again from the UK, also from the US, Germany, as well as Canada, and a number of new routes were also looking to open pre-COVID. Just really one of the big indicators and sort of rationales behind KIMPTON KAWANA Bay project happening is the increased demand on tourism, and one of the real highlight figures there, since 2010, Grenada's stay-over visitor numbers have increased by 57%, and there just really is genuine demand for high-end and internationally branded hotels, and that really is the excitement and the rationale behind the project. It has good sound property and tourism fundamentals. A quick overview to Grenada's Citizenship by Investment program. I know some of it was touched by Dominic and the wonderful Henley presentation which preceded this, but Grenada, some details on Grenada's Citizenship by Investment program specifically is that it's fast, efficient, and straightforward. 60 to 90 days it takes for the approval process. It offers visa-free travel to over 140 countries, including the EU Schengen states, the UK, China, Singapore, and Russia. There's no interview, there's no education requirements, there's no language test or management experience required. There's also no residency requirements, and dual citizenship is permitted. And there is an ability to sell your real estate investment in KIMPTON KAWANA Bay after 5 years onto a secondary purchaser. And because we're selling title deeded real estate, that means that the secondary purchaser will also qualify for citizenship by investment. So you can call that a holding period or an exit, but after 5 years, because it's title deeded real estate, one can on-sell. Grenada is fortunate to be an E2 visa treaty country with the United States. It's a 5-year E2 visa, which is the longest that is granted. It's an incredibly safe island, one of the safest in the Caribbean. Resident citizens are eligible for substantial tuition discounts at St. George's University. There's huge integrity in the passport. There's no tax on worldwide income, wealth, inheritance, or capital gains, and there's generous incentives for businesses. There's an attractive government fees schedule for families applying for Grenada CBI, and government fees are payable on approval of citizenship. So this diagram here just shows what family members can be included on a single CBI application, and one can see that actually 4 generations can be attached to one main applicant. So that is a huge benefit over other CBI programs and means it's very inclusive for family members on one application. Included this just to show you that KIMPTON KAWANA Bay has been approved by the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Unit for the minimum threshold of $220,000. It's one of the very few projects which has actually been approved at this lowest investment threshold. Sales to date on our project, KAWANA Bay. So there's 420 CBI units available for sale. We've got 312 sales in progress or complete. So effectively, we're 74% sold. Today, we've got 512 individuals that have actually been approved for citizenship via their investment at KIMPTON KAWANA Bay. And we've got huge diversity investors from over 30 different countries. And these include China, Vietnam, India, South Africa, and Nigeria. And in fact, in Q1 and Q2 of 2020, so the first half of this year, KIMPTON KAWANA Bay accounted for 57% of all Section 11, which is the real estate CBI applications. So we really are the flagship project in Grenada, and sales are going along very well. Despite the pandemic and despite uncertainty in the world, we are fortunate to be in a good position, and I think that's, you know, great for investor confidence to know that we are at the final stage and final phase of sales. I'm going to focus a little bit on the USA E2 visa treaty that Grenada has. I'm just going to go quite top line on it. But essentially, the E2 visa treaty is a non-immigrant visa. It's an investor visa, and it allows individuals to enter and work in the United States based on an investment that they control there in the United States. The investment must be substantial. There's actually no set minimum. And investor visas are available only to citizens of certain countries that have bilateral investor visa treaty with the US. Of course, Grenada is one of these, so Grenadans are allowed to apply for an E2 visa investor visa. If granted, it's valid for 5 years, and this can be renewed without limit. The application takes place directly at a US consulate. The spouse of an E2 applicant has open market employment opportunities in America. Children under the age of 21 of the E2 applicant can attend schools in the USA and are eligible for in-state tuition in most states. Processing time for the E2 visa is usually 2 months or less, so it's very quick. The E2 applicant and family members can spend as much or as little time in the US as they wish. And E2 visa holders can also reside in the US while their permanent residence, such as an EB5 application, is pending. Just put in here a couple of examples of successful E2 visa holders. You can see on the E2 visa on the left that was issued in Bridgetown. A Grenada national obviously applied for that. And on the second visa example here, the scan, you can see that was actually issued in Guangzhou in China, and that they can see that they're both a 5-year issued for a 5-year period. And as far as we're aware, that KAWANA Bay is one of the very few CBI real estate investment projects in Grenada with 100% success rate for E2 visas applicants. Obviously, we always recommend that people engage with a US immigration attorney when they're going through this process prior, and then obviously they'll hold their hand through the process. But in terms of a timeline, you're 60 to 90 days for CBI application and approval, so that's 3 months. Conservatively, then an extra additional month for your citizenship certificate, and then an E2 visa can be granted in as little as 2 months afterwards. So that's it's a pretty quick and impressive timeline in terms of getting your Grenada citizenship and your E2 visa and being able to live and work in the United States. So now some sort of specific information about the project and the resort of KIMPTON KAWANA Bay. We're lucky to have won various awards even prior to opening for architectural and design. It's a fantastic location, as you can see. Real estate is always about location, location, location. And on the southern tip of one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, the Grand Anse, also fortunate enough to be just 10 minutes from the international airport, 10 minutes from St. George's University, and 10 minutes from the capital, St. George's. This is a site map of KAWANA Bay. So you can see there are 4 buildings, 4 separate condominiums, and leading down to the beach there, which is the southern tip of Grand Anse Beach. I'll give you a little bit more perspective and information here about the site, and I'm just going to play a short 1-minute construction update video, which was taken via drone earlier this month. Grenada has been fantastic and fortuitous and has done a really, really good job in containing the coronavirus situation. As such, we are very fortunate that we have still got 145 workers on site at the moment, and construction is really going full steam ahead. We've broken ground last month in earnest on the final building, which is a KAWANA, which is where the $220,000 units that are still for sale are available, and to date we've been fortunate that the pandemic and coronavirus hasn't sort of delayed construction significantly. Just 2 weeks ago, we had the Prime Minister of Grenada on site and giving a good endorsement of the project, and very pleased with the progress that is happening on site and the jobs that are being created. And then last month, we actually had the Citizenship by Investment Unit of Grenada all site for a fantastic visit. And we have videos and images and commentary on them, which I'm happy to share afterwards. Just a slide here to give you some information about Intercontinental Hotel Group, which KIMPTON is one of their key and flagship brands. IHG is one, I think it's the second largest hospitality company in the world. They've got close to 6,000 hotels globally, and almost 900,000 open rooms. And KIMPTON is really their top-end boutique brand and is one of their fastest growing brands in the world. They've got 67 hotels open at the moment and 32 that are planned in the pipeline projects opening. And interestingly and significantly, as part of their rewards club members, they have over 104 million IHG rewards members. And I think that's going to be a very important factor in terms of driving clients and guests to come to KIMPTON KAWANA Bay. It's a very powerful brand and business. So really, just to conclude, some of the highlights and key benefits and why choose KIMPTON KAWANA Bay. Situated in a prime location on Grand Anse Beach. It's a freehold ownership of condominiums, so it's title deed. I can't emphasize that enough, how important that is to you and investors. Because it's title deed, secondary purchasers are eligible to apply for CBI, so that there'll be an attractive market for on-selling after the holding period of 5 years. It's an internationally branded hotel. KIMPTON Hotels and Restaurants is part of IHG, which is powerful. There are no other internationally branded hotels open on the island or in the country. It will be operated by KIMPTON, and KIMPTON have performance benchmarks set against similar resorts in the Caribbean. So they are very much going to be accountable and wanting to drive sales and operations as much as possible. There's a great opportunity for rental income through a very transparent hotel rental management program. All investors will sign up to the rental management program, and it's a percentage of revenue. And as a result, interests of the operator, which is KIMPTON, the developer, which is us, and the investor, that all the interests are aligned. It's because we're all going to make our returns from a revenue share model. For great peace of mind, KIMPTON KAWANA Bay, as you've just seen, is in an advanced stage of construction. Onto the final 25% of sales, and the final building is heavily under construction, and it's due for handover to KIMPTON in late 2021 and probably opening in early 2022. As part of the structure and the model we have in place, there's no out-of-pocket annual fees for investors. Any deductions will be made from the rental program revenue prior to distribution. So we really have created a hassle-free ownership model for our investors. And just really to say thank you for listening. Our website contains a lot of marketing material. Please do follow us on Instagram or on our Facebook page. And we also have a KAWANA Bay app, which has a lot of information available from all good app stores. Yeah. And that is me. Thank you very much.
We have a question. Please stay with us. A couple of questions from our chat. So first question from Esther Marasan. I'm a regular guest at the KIMPTON De Witt Amsterdam. Is there any chance I can benefit from the points I've earned when investing in KIMPTON KAWANA Bay?
Okay, yeah, so fair question. So there's definitely a benefit in terms of when we're open. If you want to come and stay as a guest, that IHG is part of your rewards members points. You'll be able to use your rewards points to come and stay, as I'm sure you do at other or IHG properties around the world. But there's no direct benefit. You can't use your points towards the actual investment, and really, one of the main reason why is in order to qualify for the Citizenship investment program, and you need to invest $220,000 into a real estate approved real estate project. So that is the minimum investment, and it can't be used with cryptocurrency, or it can't be used with IHG points, etc. There's no sort of real substitute for actual dollar investment.
Thank you so much. And next question: do you think that US election will somehow affect E2 visa? Something may change, or it will remain as it is, and we do not have to worry about it?
I don't think there's anything unduly to be worried about or stressed. I think the E2 visa treaties have been in place. There's a number of countries that have E2 visas, and I think there's only one that's ever been sort of revoked or cancelled, and that was recently with Iran. Otherwise, E2 visa treaty has been in place since 1984, and I think there's been absolutely no noise or rumours about the E2 visa being altered or changed or in any respect. Largely because it is an investor visa. It's not an immigrant visa. I think by the investment that you're making in the United States, you're bolstering and enhancing the economy. You're creating some jobs, and you're not getting a green card. You're not getting an immigrant status. It's an investor visa. So I've heard no rumors or not led to believe that any E2 visas are particularly under threat, or any, and it's quite a significant piece of legislation, I think, for an E2 visa treaty to be revoked. And so I think the E2 visa, if you listen to the immigration attorneys and people, they actually think the E2 visa is going to be in even more demand, and because it is a safe and good path to the United States.
Mm-hmm. And also a question about if to compare programs of other Caribbean countries, for example, if to compare Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, and others, why choose Grenada? So what is the key benefit of Grenada in comparison with other countries?
So some of the key benefits would be, certainly a standout feature is that Grenada is the only Caribbean country to have an E2 visa treaty. So that is hugely attractive to a lot of investors. Also, from a real estate project, you want to choose real estate projects that you really believe in the fundamentals and are going to come to fruition, are going to be complete, and you're going to have a chance to exit and essentially sort of get your money back, or at some good safe returns on, which I think a project like KIMPTON KAWANA Bay is certainly going to do. And I suppose some people want to reside, might want to spend significant amount of time in the country that they are becoming a citizen of, and Grenada is fantastically safe and is, from location wise, as a less chance of a hurricane than some of the other Caribbean countries, and it really has an idyllic climate, and for many is a preferred island from a place to actually live.
Thank you so much. And also, you mentioned because KAWANA Bay, it's a hotel, right? It's a question from me, not from
Sure.
the audience. What do you think the future of hospitality real estate? Because what I see globally, all over the world, it's not the same from country to country. So as about Grenada, it was always a great tourism destination, and this country enjoyed tourism flow. So, do you think that after COVID-19 hopefully will will end one day, the tourism will renew? So, what will be with the market? What are your forecasts? And before COVID, is it true that it was a great tourism destination and the hotel development was actually demanded very much? So, can you briefly describe the market from that point of view?
Yeah, so all the indicators over the last decade for Grenada tourism have kind of been up, and that's from cruise ships coming in. They've done some great work on a new at Port Louis for more cruise ships to be able to arrive. The actual amount of yachts coming in, and it was also up, but also the stayover visitors has been up 57% in the last 10 years. And really, there's an actual genuine shortage of hotel rooms. Pre-COVID, there's a genuine shortage of hotel rooms and high-end accommodation for tourists to come to Grenada. There's no internationally branded hotel on the island. KIMPTON and IHG will be the first internationally branded hotel on the island. There's approximately 1,000 hotel rooms on the island, and probably 450 of those were 4- or 5-star hotel rooms. And there's a genuine need and desire, which is why KIMPTON have chosen Grenada as to open only their second hotel in the Caribbean. So all the indicators were looking fantastically positive towards, prior to COVID. And I do think that given that Grenada is its climate, its proximity to America and Canada, and the good flight connection from the United Kingdom, I think that given density, beautiful climate place, that it will bounce back from a tourism point of view, and that it's always going to be a beautiful place to visit. And they've handled the pandemic and the COVID situation on the island very, very well. So there's very little fear about visiting, and I think the high-end quality hotels that sort of bounce back the best from COVID, because it'll be 4 or 5-star property, of which ours is a 5-star, that kind of offer the safest environment in terms of being clean and having systems and protocols to sort of be compliant and offer the space for investors and tourists. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you so much. And about the breakdown of investors, is it true? Because to my understanding, Grenada is very popular in India and in CIS countries. According to your experience, where most of investors are coming from? So, what is the breakdown of nationalities?
Yeah, so very diverse. I think to date we've got about 34 countries that have brought different investors to play. I think predominantly China, Vietnam, South Africa, Nigeria, and Russia have been the key markets for investors. And we have seen a lot of interest from India currently, and probably in the last 9 months, a huge spike. And great to have Indian investors that have been approved and sort of gone through the journey now. But we're seeing a lot of interest from certainly the other countries that I mentioned: China, Vietnam, Russia, South Africa, and the Middle East have been the key markets over the 2.5 years that we've been accepting investors.
Thank you. Very interesting. And also, because in the European Union, a lot of countries are now improving their legislation, implementing some changes. Sometimes they are for good, sometimes for bad. What about Grenada? Do you think we can expect something, or it will be stable as it is, and the investors do not worry that something will happen and it will stay like this?
Well, I think it's one of the real advantages of the Grenada CBI program is that they have been more consistent than some of the other Caribbean countries. There's been one price reduction, was April last year, when it was for the real estate and the Section 11 project. It was $350,000, and it came down to $220,000. And I think that was after huge consideration, and it wasn't a decision they took lightly. And then even during from all the other Caribbean countries, there have been, unique offerings or sales or discounts or limited time offers, and Grenada has not really participated in any of that. So I think from an investor point of view, that should give you huge confidence that it's a very stable program and that it's not going to make quick changes. And there are no indications that we've heard that of radical changes or small changes. I think if anything, during COVID, the effectiveness of the Citizenship by Investment unit has improved. Processing time has come down. The Grenada banks are working very fluidly and effectively as well. So the system is in a really good shape at the moment, and that's been wonderful to see. And I think if there's any small enhancements around, that the CBI Act might make, is probably just to make processing easier and just some small nuances to actually make it more sort of investor friendly, whether that be about family makeup or just really making it more of a seamless process, but nothing radical.
Okay, thank you so much, Tom, for a wonderful presentation, a lot of interesting and useful information. And if anyone, oh yes, we have a question. We have a question from Dmitry. I'm wondering if you provide. Oh, it's not to you. It's from someone from the chat. Sorry. So if anyone have a question to Tom, please feel free to put them in the chat, and we will now answer it. Otherwise, you can see Tom's contacts on the screen. So feel free to reach Tom directly. You can see email and the phone number. Thank you so much, Tom, for the presentation, and we hope to see you soon. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much again. Take care.
And now we are moving from immigration, citizenship by investment, and residency programs to real estate. I know that a lot of our attendees now are waiting for this presentation because it will be full of insights about what's actually going on real estate market and where to buy properties now, where to invest, why to invest in these countries, which countries are feeling still okay in these pandemic times, which are not. And the topic I'm going to announce is real estate trends and opportunities, Monaco, Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France. So these beautiful countries all in one. And our speaker is François Carriere Pastor, CEO of Coldwell Banker Spain and Andorra, and Coldwell Banker Global Luxury Ambassador. François is a very experienced speaker. He knows everything about luxury real estate market. So I'm very pleased and excited to see François among our speakers. François, if you hear us and if you're online, I hope so, please say hello to us. François, we see you, but we don't hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
You don't hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yeah, now we hear you.
Ah, good. Perfect. So,
okay.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation.
Yes, you can start the presentation.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. So, thank you very much for the invitation. As you say, we have a very big challenge here because we have to talk about trends about 4-5 countries in Europe. So it was not an easy task to do, but in my search, I had the help of our owner of Coldwell Banker in Europe. So this is why I want to thank Federico Abecassis, which is the owner of Coldwell Banker for Portugal, Laurent Demer, owner of Coldwell Banker from France and Monaco, and Cassiano, owner of Cassiano Sabatini, owner of Coldwell Banker in Italy. So I will start my speech. I will share my computer with you. I hope you see my presentation. So here I I am François Carriere. I'm the CEO of Coldwell Banker Andorra. I've been in real estate from 1995, originally from Monaco. I studied in France, and then I went to study abroad in the US, and I ended my career in Barcelona in 1993. And in 1998, I set up my first real estate company in Spain, which was an international company. And so I start my journey in real estate at that time. Today we are with Coldwell Banker. People who don't know Coldwell Banker, we are 115 years old company, mainly I would say in residential. And today we are in 43 countries, 3,000 offices. And in Europe, because today we will talk about Europe, we are in 11 countries. We are 240 offices. So when you ask me to give you a vision about Spain, I thought that I could try to widen our approach, and I think it was interesting to have a vision about what's going on in Spain, what are the trends in Spain, but also to see what are in France, and in Portugal and in Monaco, because I think Monaco is a special country and everyone is interested about what's going on in Monaco. I was born in Monaco, so I've been living 18 years in Monaco, so I still have many contacts there, and I've been able to talk with everybody. And now I'm happy to give a little bit brief or feedback with all my talk. With all the CEO and owner of the Coldwell Banker organization across Europe. I'm not an economic guy. I'm a real estate guy. So what I will share with you today are not official data, but are data which has been shared, which have been picked, as I say in the beginning, talking with our organization in France, Portugal, Italy, and the conclusions are coming to this point. No, there's no doubt that COVID is affecting the real estate market today in Europe and all over the world. But when we really analyze the data, we see that the impact today is not so much in pricing, but more in the way of how people think and their vision of what homes mean for them. And surprisingly, COVID is affecting so much the pricing of residential property across Europe, but is notably impacting the process of searching for homes and showing homes. We are seeing really that there's a big changing of how people are searching home and how people are showing homes today in all our markets. But we see coming anyway what's in all this country. We see a surprising stabilization in property value. There's low inventory. There's low inventory in all our market, maybe except Spain. So this push pricing not decreasing. We will see that we have some exception in touristic area in Italy, touristic area in Spain. That price are getting down a little bit, but we have some opportunities. So for our listeners, good news, we have some opportunities, but they maybe have so many opportunities that we can think. Why? Because there's low interest rates, and low interest rate market make the decision of purchasing a home attractive. The interest rates have never been so low. The fixed interest rates are very interesting to purchase a property now. What we see with the foreign market disappearing because people cannot travel, so the foreign market are missing in all these countries: Italy, France, Portugal and except Monaco, but and Spain, we are seeing a very active national market. So really, power to the national market when foreign market is missing. We have a low rate of foreclosure in general when we talk with the banks. We don't see so many foreclosure in general because there's liquidity in the market. So when a property drops price, well, we have the market who is usually fitting with the property, so we have some offers. And in all this country, we really have a feeling, even if it's not easy, that real estate keeps being a safe investment in time of crisis. So what we are seeing in times of common trends, I mean, I think we've been talking a lot about this. We are seeing more people looking for independent homes with garden and pools in the outskirts of the big cities, which means some more people that where ago they in the city, well, they have decided for what's going on to maybe to sell their property and to go to live outside the city. So it makes more people on the market, and people are looking for apartment for bigger exterior space in the city. No doubt, we all have lived 3 months, 4 months of we definitely need to change. So people are looking for more exterior space. The independent room within the becoming fashionable. Everyone, when looking for a new home, is for this room where they can be apart from all the kids in the room. And what we see, the second residence is becoming first residence. Many people find a second residence and using it as a first residence. Teletrabajo, working from home, all these things that pushing people toward the real estate industry. Of course, they are looking for spaces for common service, and all means also that more attraction toward real estate, toward residential real estate. So what we are seeing is definitely not a real estate crisis. It's really a sanitary crisis converting into an economic crisis. And there's a forecast of strong economic recovery to the midterm. So this leads, and now we go into detail, that we see in general terms some prices sustaining our market. And also, last but not least, there's been a very high support in general of public money for the company. So this makes people better than they might be really without this support. So now we go towards the Spanish market. Spanish market, I think we start with the country which is suffering the most about what's going on in the COVID. So this might be the country when looking for opportunities, you might be having the best opportunities today in the market, as long as you can travel, of course. We are seeing a drop between 5 and 10% in general in pricing. And I would say especially above the €1 million property, because it was before market really focused toward the foreign market. And so really we are seeing the high-end real estate in standby mode. Balearic Islands have suffered the most from the lack of tourism, especially Ibiza. And I would say in France, in Italy, the summer has been quite good in the touristic places, but Spain has suffered from is always bad communication, and I would say boycott maybe from England. So England was warning the people not to come to Spain. So this has been very bad for the tourists and for the real estate industry in summer, because people prefer to go to France or Portugal or Italy. So this has affected badly our market. What else we are seeing? Actually, short-term rental very popular in Spain, and they have received the most negative impact because there is no tourists, so there's no more people renting for 2 days, for 1 week, for 1 month. So this makes many owners of these assets are converting into mid or long-term rental, and these assets are offering, of course, much less return. Hospitality market, there's a big opportunity today in Spain, as we explained, because if there's no tourists, the hotel cannot sell rooms, and they can handle a little bit, but it's been almost a year now that a lot of hotels are shut down. So there's definitely some interesting opportunities today for foreign investors in the hospitality market. National market, I will explain, is still active, but I would say below the 1 million bracket and looking for opportunities. And there's a high national demand for purchasing a second residence in rural or mountain area. Spain expects a strong recovery, but at the moment, I would say in all our studies, we are seeing that this country suffering the most about a drop in activity in real estate, and not so much in pricing, but I would say from all the country we have seen, it's where we have the most drop in pricing. Market. Portuguese market, I had the help from my colleague Frederico Abeca. Thank you very well for your help. Continuous high demand from overseas clients. Housing credit are slow, but demand is still important. The 3 best nationalities most represented are American, French, and British, looking for coastal area. American and French are the most active country looking to invest. We're a little bit like Spain, at 75 local demand and 26 foreign demand, and the focus in Azores, Algarve, and mainland Portugal. From a portal safari, we are seeing a decrease of 0.5–1% in the third quarter in time of pricing, and I would say the more discounting are seen in the big cities like Lisbon, in Porto, which price dropping up to 8%. Rental prices are up in London and Lisbon and Porto. So Portugal is having a sustained demand today, and which doesn't mean there's a lot of opportunities, but I would say maybe because it's a smaller country, this is a country whose in terms of real estate activity, our agency are quite satisfied by what's going on in the market. French market, as all the other countries, we see less transaction, less volume, but we see some price stabilization because there's low inventory. There's a very high demand for areas such as Annecy around the lake, which is a ski resort, Perpignan, south of France, close to Spain, where we have some nice coastline, Biarritz and Antibes in the coast French Côte d'Azur, and Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, which is La Provence, where we are seeing many people from the big cities, Lyon, Paris, big city of France, traveling down to this area and find a second residence and to be able to live there. In France, we have a high-speed train, very well connected, which make all this area connecting to Paris with 2–3 hours. So I would say our office of the brand in this area are doing very well because they see a massive affluence of French buyers from the big cities. Foreign investor meetings, there's no doubt. So the 3–4 million market is missing, but it doesn't mean that we see a big drop in pricing. This is, and we see also some increase in some prices in the big city of flats with large outside spaces, which are sold at a premium price. So definitely in France, high-end real estate keeps seeing at a safe investment in time of crisis, because we are definitely living through a very important crisis. But what we see that real estate is doing okay, I would say. Italy, to my friends, Cassiano Sabatini, if you listen to me, hello, Cassiano. So in the beginning, everyone in Italy would be a big real estate, but so far it didn't happen. The summer saw a good recovery in transaction and a big return to local tourism. So the damage was suffered only the first half of the year. So this is good for Italy. Short-term housing. During summer, there was a big real estate activity that we have not seen in Spain, in Tuscany, Sardinia, Puglia, and Portofino, and La Como, which means, as I saw in my presentation, diamond lasts forever. So people were coming to the activity because people saw investing in real estate in this area is going to be safe despite of everything was going on. And in September, October, big town in Italy were recovering in terms of activity. So vacation finish, so people get back to home, and they were at the time looking for real estate, and because we've seen a small decrease in prices, while the national market was looking for opportunity there. What is the situation today? Well, I think we are all in the same basket. We hope that this crisis won't last forever. We think it's not going to last forever. We all think that it's going to be a quick return, but we really hope that this crisis won't continue, because Italy and Spain are very oriented toward tourism, and tourism has almost disappeared in this country. For the end, for Italy, Venice and all the cities of art have suffered the most from touristic sector. 3 million tourists have cancelled their stay during July and August. Monegasque market, it's a very strange situation, because Monaco is a small territory. Everyone knows about Monaco, and Monaco definitely keeps being a safe haven for investors all around the world. From the beginning, from I would say 2020, there's only a decrease of 10% in volume from the beginning of COVID-19, and there's a stabilization of price around 40,000 euros per square meters. Yes, 40,000 euros per square meters. When we are in France, I would say in 10, 15. In Italy, we will be 6, 7. In Spain, will be 5,000, and in Portugal, we might be 4,000, 5,000. So 40,000 euros. There's a new project outside, on the seafront of Monaco, which started 2 years ago, planned to be finished in 2024, and there's 250 units to be sold. And today, we have 70% of the unit being sold, with a price between 50,000 and 80,000 euros per square meters. So we really see Monaco as a different market, and there's 15 villas for more than 100 million euros, which are for sale in this island, and there's only 2 left. So it really shows that Monaco is not suffering from the crisis, and there more than ever we see real estate as a sound investment, really apart from all the crises, I would say, in the universe. So what are my conclusion? Well, we are definitely going through a sanitary crisis, which is converting into an economic crisis, terrible crisis. I don't want people to think that in the real estate we don't understand what's going on. We are suffering. everyone in our family, or we know someone who's been affected. We know some people who died. So we are living through a terrible time. But facts show that this is not a real estate crisis. This is not the real estate crisis we have lived in 2008. And there's a strong belief that the crisis from this point, hopefully it won't last more than 6 months. And there's a lot of liquidity in the market. So hopefully the activity will be quick, and people owning real estate, they are doing everything they can not to drop their price, to hold for the assets, and to go through this bad time. So for sure there are some opportunities today, but don't expect, maybe except on some special parts of what I mentioned, to expect very high decrease in pricing. There's a lot of opportunity today because I would say because of the general situation of the loan, especially in Spain and Italy. So yeah, like I would say, like I would always say, it's always a good moment to purchase as long as it's a good moment for you to buy real estate. So so that's it. This is my contact detail. I'll be very happy to get some feedback from you. Please follow me on my Instagram account, France Rocks, or my Facebook account. And if we can help you with our European network, looking for opportunities in Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, well, let us know. We are here to help, and thank you very much for ILP for inviting me today, and happy to answer some questions.
Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation, François. We have a question from Gabriela Vasilescu. Hello from Cluj-Napoca. Experts advise renting an apartment in Spain for a while before buying one as a cooling off period. What are the potential disappointments an expat can face? So, to my understanding, the question is the following: that do you recommend to rent an apartment before buying it? First to rent, just to check?
I mean, this is really depending of, for what I understand, it's a question that is different for the COVID and or what we're seeing. So
Yes.
it's really a feeling of if I recommend renting before buying. Well,
Yes.
I don't know if I recommend renting before buying, but before buying, I recommend you know very well the area you want to be. I recommend you do your market study. I recommend you are familiar with the pricing, which means I recommend you select a good advisor. And a good advisor, even if you don't know the area very well, will be able to explain you the area, will be able to explain you the pricing, will be able to let you do the right investment. So if you want to rent the time to understand the market, good, no worry, absolutely. But you can also purchase as long as you have the, I would say, the right agent for you to advise you. And the right agent know what is good for you and will be helping you making the right decision.
And the second part of the question is, what are the potential disappointments an expat can face? So something may happen in Spain to the potential buyer. What he can expect? Something bad, maybe?
No, I mean, everyone who bought a real estate market over the last 5 years have done a good investment. So I would say the potential disappointment or other is, is dealing with the wrong agent, dealing with the wrong brand. I don't want to talk about my brand, but if you select us, we are a specialized agent who are trained to deal with our clients. So I would really say deal with the right agent. And if you deal with the right agent, you won't have any disappointments for sure.
Okay, thank you for the recommendation. I noticed that you mentioned very good data about Portugal and Monaco. It sounds really exciting. So, do you believe that among other countries, Portugal and Monaco are actually the countries to follow? Because it seems they are not very suffering from the situation. They even benefit from it. It's a decrease, so it's a good time.
I mean, Portugal and Monaco are small countries. So I would say that when you're a small country, it's more easy to organize what is good for the people. And in time of crisis, you go directly with the decision and you take the right decision. Spain, with all this decentralization, is suffering because there's some decision, then we change the decision, and it's not clear. Portugal, they have done the right measure from the beginning, and they are doing the job, no doubt. And Monaco, Monaco with 35,000 people and with two kilometers of country. I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's much more easy to take the good decision for the people. And Monaco is a tax. I would say people living there don't pay income tax. So there's no other place in Europe with the similarity of Monaco to offer that. So it really makes I would say a focus for people who want to escape for everything they are living, and all this tax pressure they have. And I mean, I've been living 18 years in Monaco. It's a great place to live, no doubt. A little small, but a great place to live.
Very beautiful one.
Yes. I mean, that's what I would say. Portugal are doing the job better than the other country, for sure.
Okay. Thank you so much, François, for a wonderful and very useful presentation. It's a lot of, valuable information. We will definitely send your presentation to all the attendees so they can enjoy reading it in full. And wishing you a nice day. Thank you so
You for the
much.
invitation, and we'll definitely keep in touch. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And as we see that Portugal is a very attractive destination, it's a country which has a lot to offer. It's a wonderful lifestyle and beautiful luxury real estate. A lot of investors prefer Portugal. It's a very popular country for immigration, for living, for doing business. And our next speakers will describe it in full. Our next topic is things you don't know about golden visa and investments in Portugal. And our speakers are Oleg Railean, CEO and co-founder of Amber Star Real Estate, and Dasha Latvinets, PR manager of Amber Star Real Estate. So Dasha and Oleg, hello, do you hear us? Do you see us?
Hello.
Yes, we see you and hear you. Thank you so much for joining us.
First of all, my name is Oleg. First of all, I want to say thank you to François for so kind words for Portugal, for our country. I agree completely. Unfortunately, my English is not perfect, so I want to present my colleague, our PR manager, Dasha. She will read the presentation, but I will stay here for any question on the final of our presentation. Please, Dasha.
Hello, thank you very much for inviting us for participating. And then we are going to start to talk about investments and golden visa in Portugal. Let's see. Well, first of all, for those who don't know what Golden Visa is, it's the investment program, which gives the right to receive the Portuguese residence permit. The first Golden Visa is valid for 2 years, then it's renovated for 2 years, and then for 2 years more. And after 5 years of Golden Visa, you can apply for Portuguese passport and citizenship. And this kind of program is very useful for those who want to invest in our country, but they don't want to live here permanently. For example, they can stay here only 14 days in 2-year permit. So you don't have to stay here permanently, only 7 days each year. 14 in total in 2 years. There are four main types of investments: the real estate investment, direct investment, business, and investment in science and culture. Now we are going to talk about 4 of these investments. Obviously, some of them are more reliable and more profitable, and some of them are less profitable. The first one is direct investment. If you want to invest 1 million euros into your bank account, just make a deposit onto your Portuguese bank account and keep them for 5 years. After 5 years, you can ask for permanent residence permit or for a Portuguese passport. And afterwards, you can do anything you want with this money. You can take them off or you can keep it. The only thing that the bank can get broke. And obviously, this is not the most reliable kind of investment. The second option is investing 350,000 euros minimum in venture funds. Usually these funds promise the profit of 3 to 5% annually. The second type of investment is the science and cultural heritage. You can invest 350,000 minimum into scientific research or 250,000 minimum into the art support, renovations, and maintenance of national cultural heritage. The next one is the business investment. First option, you have to found your own company in Portugal and create 10 job positions for the next 5 years. After 5 years, as I told you before, you can apply for the Portuguese citizenship, Portuguese passport, and then you can do anything you want with your company. You can sell it, you can, you can do anything. The second option is to invest into the existing company in Portugal. For example, our company, Understar, if you want to invest into our company, have to do the minimum investment of 350,000 euros. And our company undertakes the creation of 5 job positions for the next 3 years. And obviously, you have the profit depending on the company. You can have, in our case, you can have the profit of 4% per year. The real estate investment, probably the most reliable and the most profitable kind of investment. You can rent it, you can live here, you can do anything with the real estate investment. In this case, you have 2 main options of investment. The first one is the most easiest, of 500,000 euros. In this case, you can invest in any kind of real estate property. It can be the land, in any location. It can be residence, commercial property. So you just invest. You can just choose the property and you invest 500,000 euros. Automatically, you get the right to apply for a golden visa. In case, if the property If you want to buy the property in the area of low population density, or with a GDP per capita of less than 75% of national average, you get a discount for the minimum investment. So you can invest at least 400,000 euros. In the second option is the investment in the real estate in the areas of urban rehabilitation, or in the properties with more than 30 years. This minimum investment is equal to 350,000 euros. And just like in the last option, you have a discount if the property is located in the area of low population density. The minimum amount for investment gets a 20% discount. 280,000 euros is the minimum amount in these kind of areas. What are the main advantages of applying for Golden Visa in Portugal? First of all, it's really fast to get the residence permit in 8-9 months, more or less. And after investment, you are automatically getting the right for Golden Visa. We didn't have any case of refusing a Golden Visa for investors. You just have to follow those conditions, those rules, those needed amounts of investment, and that's it. The mandatory stay in Portugal with Golden Visa is only 14 days for each 2-year permit. You don't have to live here permanently. You can run your business, your work in your country, but you have your investments in Portugal, you have your residence, you can travel around Schengen area with no problems. You just have the same privileges as people who live here as residents. Possibility of applying for citizenship up to 5 years. It's obviously the most easiest way to get a passport. Probably it's the country with the easiest conditions for applying for a passport. You just need to make a little test. It's online. It's absolutely easy to pass it. And Portugal is the only European country where, with such low investments, you can apply for citizenship practically without living here. Double citizenship is also allowed in Portugal, so if you want to maintain your citizenship of origin, you can also do that, if your country permits it, obviously. If it's not the case, if you cannot maintain both citizenships, you can also apply for permanent residence permit, which gives you almost the same rights as a Portuguese passport, Portuguese citizenship. The only thing is it's not allowed to vote in Portugal. That's it. That's the main difference. Residence permit, you can apply for residence permit for all family members, from children, partners, to parents, to sisters and brothers. And all of your family members, including investor, can study, can have state health insurance here in Portugal, and can run their own business in Portugal, have official work. In case of Portugal investments, you can invest as yourself, as a person, or as a company. You can also buy 1, 2, or more properties. For example, if you want to invest in 2 apartments in order to reach the minimum amount of the investment, it's absolutely allowed. If you want, you can also invest with other investors in one property, but the amount you invest has to be a minimum of amount needed for golden visa investment. Possibility to rent the property right after the purchase is one of the very good advantage, because in many countries you are not allowed to rent it right after the purchase. In case of Portugal, it's absolutely allowed. And you can also sell your property after applying for citizenship or for permanent residence. And the most important, one of the most important things, you can do all this process of applying for golden visa, of investing remotely. Amberstar, our company, usually help to all those investors who want to invest remotely because of the situation of COVID, or because they're running their companies, they cannot come to Portugal, and all the information people need about the real estate, about the apartments, houses, we can send it to you, and all the documents you need. We can send everything online, so you don't have to come here specifically to choose the investment, to choose the property, to make a golden visa. We can help you with all this process. We are here to make your life much easier. Why Portugal? Well, obviously, good quality of life, mild climate, cultural heritage, wine, nature. There are a few privileges. For example, if you are already a resident here in Portugal, you get the state health insurance. You get the right to for education, and Portuguese education is valid in any European countries who signed Bologna Treaty. Low criminality. Portugal is on the third place of the safest country in the world. So we really have a low criminality here. It's a safe country. Attractive taxation system. Non-residents can also apply for a mortgage in Portuguese banks. So, for example, if the amount of the property is much higher than the minimum amount for investment, for the rest of the amount you can ask for a mortgage in Portuguese banks. Usually they give up to 70% of the total amount of property. Protection of property rights regardless of citizenship. As you probably heard about that very polemic situation in Spain of ocupas. In Portugal, that doesn't happen, because all your rights are protected by the state, by the law. So don't be afraid of being stolen. And obviously, we have tax incentives of retirement age. Now, we would like to talk about some of our properties here in Portugal, which are very suitable for golden visa. Building project on Gonçalo Cristóvão Street is located in the center of Porto, and in the Porto center, the minimum amount for investment is 350,000 euros in this area, exactly, because this is the urban rehabilitation area. And in this building, you have 16 apartments with prices between 161,000 and 250,000 euros, and you can buy, for example, 2 apartments in order to reach the needed amount for investment of 350,000 euros minimum. And the building project on Firmeza Street has 5 apartments, 3 T1 apartments and 2 T2. And in this case, for example, the duplex with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room costs exactly the right amount for golden visa, 350,000 euros. You see, if you invest in the property in the rehabilitation area, you have to invest some money in the renovation works. In case of these apartments, they're absolutely renovated, absolutely new. So you don't have to invest anything else because the renovative amount for renovations is included in 350,000 euros of this price. So you don't have to invest, you don't have to have a headache with works, with renovations. Everything is already solved. And the third example of the property is the guest house. As you see, the price is a bit lower than before. That's because of the COVID situation. And right now it costs 1,175,000 euros. In this case, as I told you before, you can invest the minimum amount for the golden visa yourself or with someone else, with other investors. So till 3 investors, in order to every investor get the right for golden visa. So the minimum investment you need to make is 350,000 euros. Each investor has to make this investment. Or you can apply for mortgage for the remaining 70% of the amount. Mortgage in Portuguese banks with rate from with interest between 1.5% to 2%. So you have 2 options. It's much easier. In our database, we have all kind of properties such as residences, apartments, resorts, houses, vineyards, hotels, lands, commercial spaces. So all these kinds of properties can be an option for golden visa investment. And obviously we help with all the process of residence permit in Portugal, golden visa, mortgage, and all this formal bureaucracy that usually brings more headache for you. We are here to make it easier for you and solve all the process. For more information, visit our website, amberstar.t. And well, that's the end of our presentation. We are here to make your life easier because Amberstar can do all the process remotely and comfortable for you.
Thank you so much for interesting and wonderful presentation. It was very a lot of insights. So for me, I learned more information about this program. Sounds very interesting. And I wanted to ask you about real estate as well, because now we see that a huge demand to Portugal real estate market. We see a lot of requests and that prices are decreasing, right? What is the current situation on real estate market from your point of view? Can you briefly describe what's happening now with the prices, with how many deals are happening, how COVID-19 affected the market?
Well, right now I wouldn't say that the prices are decreasing significantly because with COVID-19, I wouldn't say, in our case, in case of our company, things got even better. With selling property. That's why I can't say you that COVID-19 made the decrease of the prices that significant. In case of this guest house, is really the option of the person owner of this guest house to make the price a little bit lower, but it's not the case for all kind of properties. I wouldn't say that.
We must to separate these two types of properties. If we are talking about tourist properties, of course, prices are lower than before COVID. It's completely normal, I think, in all the countries. If you are talking about properties for living, the prices continue to grow up in medium 1% per month in all Portugal. So I am talking about properties for living.
Okay. And as for example, hospitality, real estate, hotels, if the market feels itself a lot of distressed assets, like prices are decreasing for hotels, I'm not sure if it's the right question to address to you, but maybe your opinion, what is happening on this segment of market?
Well, in this segment, of course, the things are not so good, like in Amberstar real estate. I can tell you that last week I was in Lisbon in a hotel because one of my clients from Belarus comes. So we are maybe 10 or 15 people in all the hotel with 162 rooms. So is this the situation? Of course, for us, for real estate agents, it is a possibility to do some deals with big and small hotels at this moment, because there are some hotels that don't work in the present.
Okay, thank you. One more question from Asia Sheffer. Hello everyone, thank you for presentation. Could you please tell how much time you can stay in other EU country with Portuguese golden visa? Can you study there and work?
With Portuguese golden visa, you just need to stay in Portugal at least 14 days each 2 years. But you can you can stay more if you want. Like in other countries of Schengen area, so you can live in Germany permanently, for example, with Portuguese golden visa, or in Italy, or in another country of Schengen treaty, and just need to come to Portugal for 14 days each 2 years. 2 years.
Thank you. And does the EU freedom of movement apply to Portuguese golden visa holders? Thank you. So maybe this question is, as a citizen of EU, you can freely travel within borders of EU, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Okay. And one more question. One of the options from Otar Eliava question, one of the options is to invest in scientific research. Which fields are more preferable? Thanks.
If you will invest in scientific research, actually it is money you give to the government. So I can tell you that till now we don't have any golden visa for with this option. Usually,
You mean
people don't
it's
want money
never,
for
never like
it.
it
Never, like never,
never.
yeah. Never like never.
Interesting.
So people
So
usually,
this applicant could be the first one with the scientific
yeah,
research.
yeah, maybe. We are ready to help this person if he's interested.
If a person has his own idea, his own startup in scientific research, can he apply this scientific research in Portugal and start this startup, and it will be considered as an investment or not?
Yeah, it is an investment, but it is an investment without any profit.
Yes, but
He can apply for golden visa, of course,
Mhm.
because it is one of the points in the law. But I think it is not an investment; it is an offer to the government.
Okay, thank you so much. I see that there are no other questions. Our attendees confirm that they agree with you that it's a good time to invest now, and thank you so much for the speech.
Thank you.
And
very
it was very interesting. If any one of our attendees still have some questions about Portugal, because I know it's a very, very demanded destination and Golden Visa program is very popular, so you still have time to put your questions, or you see the contacts on the screen, both Oleg's and Dasha's contacts, so you may approach them via email or telephone number and put your questions directly and learn everything you want about Portugal. Thank you so much, Oleg and Dasha. Have a nice
Thank
day
you.
in
Thank
sunny and
you.
beautiful Portugal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice
Bye.
day.
I have an announcement for all the attendees. We have good news for those who actually wanted to learn more about Greece. We found a way to broadcast Sotiris Photos, and he will tell us about Greek Golden Visa program today. So you don't have to wait for the recording. He will be broadcasting live, and you can address all your questions directly. So this live session will happen at 3:30 p.m. London time. So you can just wait until this time, and you will hear Sotiris. So just wait for it, and you can already put your questions about this program in our chat, and Sotiris will answer them. And now we are moving to sunny and beautiful Dubai. We are continuing to talk about Dubai real estate, and our next topic is Dubai real estate, market conditions, rare investment opportunities, benefits, and residency opportunities for investors. There are a lot of different information between professionals on the market, what's going on with Dubai real estate actually. So what's happening now during COVID-19 times and what was before, what are the forecasts, is it a good time to invest, especially in commercial real estate, what to expect from the market, and the information is very controversial. So we will all ask our next speaker to describe what actually is happening, and I am very, very pleased to invite to this virtual stage our next speaker, Maxim Tsashkin, Managing Director of Dubai Realty. Maxim, you are with us. I can see you. Now tell something so I will ensure that I can hear you.
Hello everyone from sunny Dubai, sending you lots of positive energy directly into your monitors.
Received.
I will spoil you with a little bit of sunshine today, and I hope with some very interesting information, and this next half hour will be really fruitful and beneficial for you.
Thank you so much, Maxim. The floor is yours.
All right. So first of all, let me quickly open my presentation and start showing you everything that I prepared specifically for this event. In general, what I want to say, this presentation will be a concentration of unique information. I will not be trying to sell you something or tell you like general stories about the average, possibilities of sales and stuff like that. What I will be doing, I will be sharing with you the pure figures about what is happening at the market as of now. And it will be not my assumptions or not my, ideas. It will be pure data. So we will talk about market conditions, investment opportunities, benefits for you as an investor, and some residency opportunities that you probably have not heard about before. Let me introduce myself for now. My name is Maxim. I'm the existing business owner. I run two companies in Dubai. One is in real estate. The second one is in consultancy. I've been living in Dubai since 2010, so the market is my second home, and I really enjoying being here, and want as well introduce you to these possibilities in markets. So the first company is called UAE Consultants. We are mostly doing the company formation, business setup, and relocation residency visas. We got Best Consultant Awards. We got nominated as Top 100 Dubai SMEs. So I have something to share with you, so for sure. The second company is real estate, DubaiRealty.com, where we're helping people find their best apartment, villa, or investment property. We also run the YouTube channel, which is in Russian, but soon it will be in English as well, where we are showing the current potential possibilities and doing some market analysis of what is happening on the market. So what about market conditions? As of now, as you see on the property clock, the office and residential property, both in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which is the capital of the UAE, are almost bottoming out, which means that it's the best time for the investors to enter the market. We, of course, see that hotel and retail is still in the middle phase. So it means that if you plan to invest into the office or residential property, that must be the right time to do so, because we're expecting that starting from January 2021, the phase will go into rental growth acceleration. And why is the reason? Is because in 2021, Dubai is expecting to have the Expo 2021 with around 25 million visitors coming to the UAE. Of course, all of them will need a market, all of them will need the place to stay, and it will be a huge demand. People are asking about top locations and what we can advise if you are interested in Dubai in general. So we will be recommending it now based on the top sales in 2020. So the first area is Dubai Marina, which outnumbered all other areas almost by triple times. You see that since January 2020, the number of sales is almost 2,410 with 5 billion in total. The second place goes to Burj Khalifa area. This is actually the downtown of the city, downtown of Dubai, and of course it's very popular among the tourists. The third area is a new development, which is basically the area with villas. It's called Hadaik Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, with almost 1,000 sales, which happened this year. Top number 4 is Al Mercada. This is also a new area which promises to have the tallest building in the world, which will be higher than the current 828 meters Burj Khalifa. And the fifth area is Business Bay. This is actually the second, apart from the GLT area, business center of the UAE, where most of the local companies are sitting. Very, very popular among tourists, Palm Jumeirah takes only the 6th place, where 831 sale transaction happened this year, with a total 26 billion dirhams in sales. So this is the map where you actually can see that the top locations that I've just mentioned, which is number 1 goes to Dubai Marina, Burj Khalifa, number 3 is Hadaik, number 4 is the new development area with the tallest tower, number 5 Business Bay, with the second, so to say, business center of Dubai, and number 6 is the area of Palm Jumeirah. This is the statistics of the last 4 months. So we see that the market not only recovering, but also reaching the level that was before the COVID-19. So prior to that, it was in general around 2,500 3,000 sales transactions in total. Now we are coming in October almost to 3,500 sale transactions. in a month. The best sales in terms of residential units are in the area of City Walk, with the average of 2.4 million dirhams. So in general, if you ask me what is the average amount of sales in Dubai at the moment, I would tell you that it's around 1.2, 1.5 million, which is in the middle range. And in equivalent, it's around 350,000 USD. When we talk about rentals and apartment, the best rental, which is going absolutely abnormal, is City Walk. It's of really high demand at the moment. People got really interested in this area. Actually, the City Walk attracts a lot of local, Middle Eastern tourists, not only the tourists who come abroad. And you can see that the average rental in terms of the other areas is around 78 to 90,000 dirhams, which equivalents to around 20 to 23,000 USD. This is the data from Dubai Land Department. So if you are interested in more figures and in more details of the transaction since 1st of January till date, these are the figures, and this is what I show to everyone who is asking how is market feeling in Dubai right now, whether we should invest or not. I would also want to point out some of the trends that are happening right now at the moment. First of all, as I mentioned, there is a price correction bottoming down, which means that it's now the best time to get into the market. And I think this window will be opened until the end of the year. Some of the developers, they guarantee return on investment from 50 to 100% within 5 to 10 years, 5 to even 12 years. So this is something new to the market. We've never experienced such offers before, where you invest your money and the developer is signing the contract saying, I will be giving you back all your investments in 10 years, guaranteed. This is our signature and stamp. Another interesting moment is that some of the developers are so tech savvy that they can accept your money in bitcoins and crypto payment. They have connections with actually Switzerland banks, where the for example, Bitcoin transaction comes to the relevant developer's bank account in Switzerland. They do the money change, and you have your property bought in a new tech-savvy way. As I mentioned, now it's investor market and client-oriented market. Why? Because so many is happening right now in terms of legislation, in terms of protection of clients. The UAE have done the homework after 2008, and we are performing really well in terms of different, security measures that are taken to protect the investors. Plus, recently, the residency and visa opportunities have been introduced in terms of extension of the time frame. Previously, you could only get the resident visa for 3 years. At the moment, you can have the resident visa for 5 and even 10 years, depending on the purchase, on the sale, and the price of the property that you buy. The middle segment is booming at the moment. Previously, Dubai was positioning itself as the luxury location. Now, as more and more people are coming and new areas are being developed, and middle segment is in big focus at the moment, and which means bigger sales and bigger opportunities for middle range investor to enter the market. At the same time, luxury projects are feeling pretty well. They didn't feel any pandemic. The sales were on track, and we didn't feel any decrease in luxury property sales, and it's still in demand. Expo 2021 next year will bring new projects into life. Currently, around 5 to 7 big projects are almost finished. I'm absolutely sure that by the start of Expo 21, they will all go live. We're recovering quite quickly, so I mean to say that we already hit the levels of sales that we previously had before the COVID-19. We have the investor-oriented regulations, and at the moment, all technologies that are connected with blockchain, they are already implemented in Dubai Land Department transactions. All title deeds are at the moment issued on blockchain technology, and on title deed as the confirmation document of your ownership of the property has the QR code, which can be easily checked online, and you can verify the ownership of your property online. At the moment, the average return on investment for one-bedroom apartment in Dubai is 6.75% for one-bedroom apartment, as I mentioned. And previously, before the pandemic, our figures were around 8-9%. So, of course, we got affected in a sense. But what I mean to say, we didn't fall down as hard as other markets did. So we are doing pretty well because our Middle Eastern market has still lots of potential customers, clients, and we are not talking only about the UAE as a market, as an internal market, but all the Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, and etc. I wanted to talk and tell you a little bit more about the rare investment opportunities that are currently at the market. Mostly you hear about the possibility to buy a one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartment, rent it out, and get your 7 to 8, 9, 10% return on investment. What we also are offering to some of the clients who can afford the big ticket entry is the upgrade and redevelopment of various villas on the PAL. Why villas? They're really in high demand at the moment, and many of the internal market residents, especially UAE, when they felt they need to stay at homes, they felt that they want to move to some other location, try something new, and especially now is the good time in the UAE when the sun is up and the weather is still good and the sea is still warm, so people are relocating. The average potential on return on investments is around 30+%. I give you the example of 2 villas where there was the renovation made and you got the return on investment in one case of 30% and in the other case of 56%. What is being done actually is we are buying the villa, we do the renovation of interior design, we do the renovation of the bathrooms, we do the renovation of the pool, we do the renovation of the kitchen, we do the renovation of in terms of infrastructural upgrades, in terms of the facade upgrades, like external upgrades, and we are reselling the upgraded villa in around 2 years. So the first 6 months is dedicated purely to planning and designing, to outsourcing the designers, to getting the necessary permits from the local authorities. The next 11 to 12 months we are doing the work itself, and the last around 10-11 months we're making the sale, making the marketing, and exiting the asset sale. So why people are interested in going into the market? What are the benefits for investor? Of course, you know that most of the big unicorns like Tesla, Facebook, LinkedIn, Apple, Google, they all have offices in Dubai already. And there is a big reason for that. We don't have any personal income tax, no corporate tax, and no dividend. The only tax we have is 5% VAT. When you are the owner, you are an investor, and you are renting out your property, you're actually not paying any taxes for that, for renting out your property. Plus, our currency is stable for more than 25 years. If you receive the amount in money, then it's fixed. If you decide to resell after some time, there are no capital gains tax, which in Europe are quite high. That's why Dubai market can be a really big opportunity for investors. We don't have taxes on inheritance or gifting. There are only land department charges, which are 0.125%. As I mentioned, people are sometimes confused, like, do you mean there are no taxes at all? No, we have the tax. The only tax that was introduced 2 years back, which is 5% VAT, which applies to companies who hit the threshold of 100,000 on average sales or commercial property. We also have quite confidential registry of beneficial owners and quite confidential registry of the real estate owners. Dubai takes the 3rd place in global rating of affordable premium quality housing by Knight Frank Wealth Report. It's very easy to do business. We take 11th place in ease of doing business index here. Plus, it's very easy to get the UAE tax residency. Many developers at the moment offer interest-free post-handover plans, which means is like that you get the mortgage for 2 up to 10 years, but you don't pay any interest, which is amazing offer at the market. Plus, you have a very, if you become a resident, you can open your bank account, get checkbook, get mortgage, get tax residency, get a visa in embassies, consulate, buy a car, driving license, have a dedicated entry in the airports, make the family visas to all your family, have education for your kids. It's very safe at night, and it's very sunny during the day. And of course, there is a high quality of life and service. So who is a resident in general? The resident is a person who gets his resident visa sticked inside the passport and who gets the Emirates ID card, which comes with it. How to get this resident visa, you may ask. If we talk about property, it should be the property above 1 million dirhams, which is equivalent of $288,000 US. There are also options to form a company or to get your employment in the UAE, but we do not consider these options for now. Still, our second company is in consultancy, and if you're interested in that, we can help you with that as well. There is a tax residency in the UAE that you can obtain after you get the resident visa, which allows you to benefit from double taxation treaties, which means that if you are a resident in the UAE and you have assets here, you have the right not to pay the taxes in the second country of residence. So if you are interested, it's really huge topic. I will not specifically dedicate time now for it. So, but if you're interested, just drop us a line. We will be able to help you with that. We are really protected by law. As I said, we did a great job, a great homework, and so many. You see that so many laws have been implemented, and now some people got confused whether they can be 100% owners of the property. We say yes, by the law of 2006, you are entitled to 100% ownership. You have your title for your property, so you're covered in this term. As of now, the current prices are on your screen. I will not stop here. These are the average entry prices for the studio and one-bedroom apartment in the most popular areas. And when we talk about off-plan, as I mentioned, there are interest-free post-handover plans where you are allowed to pay in parts for every 3 months, let's say, or 6 months, with equal installments. some people ask if there are any taxes in terms of when you buy property in the UAE. There are no taxes at all. There is admin charge which is paid directly to land department. It is not paid to our tax authority. That's why we do not consider it to be a tax. It's actually a land department fee. How investor is protected at the moment? For off-plan property, we have audited escrow accounts, which is controlled by land department itself, by our land and property authorities. In secondary market, there is a manager's check practice where the bank actually receives the money from the client, it freezes the money, and these funds are available for the deal. Plus, the ownership protection can be verified via DLD register, and title deed transfer is happening in the governmental office with all parties involved. Currently, we are looking for partners, so if you are interested in the market, we have really good deals for you. Just reach out to me by email or mobile number. This is my email, where I will be happy to help you with any request that you might potentially have in terms of buying or just a sample free consultation. This is my phone number and my Instagram, so please feel free to add me as a friend, and we'll get in touch with you. Plus, if you send me today a message, I will have a special report for you, which I will be sharing to you by email. If you have any questions now, just let me know, and I will be happy to answer all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxim, for interesting presentation. You know, it's so good to hear that the market is recovering, that it's encouraging, you know, to learn about possibilities in Dubai market. I believe that all our attendees and viewers will now consider this market for themselves and will pay more attention to the project. And we have a questions.
Right.
The first question is from Timothy Chuma. The question is the following: do you get a Dubai residency visa when you buy real estate in Dubai?
As I mentioned, thank you for the question, Timothy. First of all, second of all, yes, you can get the residency by property ownership in case the value of the property is above 288,000 US dollars in equivalent, which means that once you bought your property, you get the documents confirming that you are the owner of the property, and based on that, we can help you go to the immigration and say, based on these documents, we would like to obtain the residency visa, which can be given for 3, 5, or 10 years, depending on the sale price of the property that you own. And you will become the resident. You will feel yourself the resident. You will get the resident visa stamped inside your passport. You will get the Emirates ID, and you will enjoy all the benefits as all other residents have. Like, you can live here for as long as you possibly can imagine, because there are no restrictions in that sense. You can come anytime and live for as long as the resident visa is valid.
You have so nice cityscape behind you, you know, so sunny and beautiful.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting dark now. It's getting dark now, but yeah.
It's still sunny.
Still, it's good that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
What can you say about hospitality real estate, about hotels? What is going? I'm not sure if the question is right for you, but maybe you can share your just own opinion. Do you think it's a good idea to acquire a hotel in Dubai right now? What's going on in the market?
I will be frankly speaking with you, and as we are sharing the real information, I will be very, very frankly speaking, saying that first of all, the tourist industry starts recovering at the moment. As you know, Dubai was one of the places who opened its airports among the first in the world, and now tourists are coming to us since 1st of July, and our airports are open. We have the strict measures in terms of the procedures that you need to undergo when you come inside the country, but at the same time, although there is this potential of people and tourists who might be coming to the UAE, still the hotel apartments are not showing the same return on investments as in comparison to, let's say, residential apartments, which I mentioned in presentation is 6.75 at the moment. Previously, we had 8-9% in residential market. The hotel apartments are showing much less. It's around 3 to 4%.
Thank you so much. Sounds interesting. Also, a question from Andras Varela. What would be an estimated ROI and payback period for a 3 or 4-star hotel in a tourist area? Return on investment for a 3-4-star hotel in a tourist area.
Do you mean you plan to buy a hotel?
Yes.
All right. So I will be frankly speaking, we are not working with selling 3 and 4-star hotels due to the fact there is a supply on the market. There is a supply on the market. But the reason why we are not doing this at the moment is because of the COVID restrictions. The really decreased inflow of the new tourists. I would not recommend entering it now. What I would recommend is wait until the end of the year. If you remember the investment clock of the market that I showed in the beginning of the presentation, it's showing around 2 o'clock, which means we need to wait. I would not recommend you to enter the market at the moment. I would recommend wait until at least February 2021 and then look at the picture, because at the one point we expect the COVID restrictions to be withdrawn. At the second point, we know that in 2021 there will be a big inflow of tourists coming to see the Expo 2021. That's why I think the question arose. But if you want, we can try to prepare the analysis in terms of the 3 and 4-star hotels specifically to you, and share these details too, because mostly we are currently working with the big margin properties, which are offices and residential property. We deliberately decided not to work for now with hotel industry. That's why I would not tell you that there are big numbers, that you can expect big numbers there. Instead, you can look into the projects that guarantee you 50 to 100% return on investments, and which are as well marketed as big tourist destinations. And these projects are really, really interesting. So if you want, just drop me a line. I will share this data with you, not to spoil you with all these marketing details and figures at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Maxim. Very useful. Okay, I see that there are no questions so far. And we thank you so much for the presentation. Wishing you a very nice evening, and we will be staying in touch with you. So thank you one more time again. Very useful and fruitful presentation.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It was my pleasure to share this sunlight and sunshine with you from Dubai. We'll be very glad to answer all your questions and enjoy the rest of the speakers, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we have 15 minutes before our next speaker, and I will guide you through our future program, and we'll try to answer the questions in the chat which were not answered before. So what awaits us in the second part of the conference? We will be talking about residency and citizenship in COVID lowly exposed jurisdictions. What's going on in these countries where COVID is not number of COVID cases is not too high, and it's still interesting to gain those citizenship and residency. And we will be talking about Turkish citizenship by investment program, which is quite new to the market. And I know that a lot of professionals wait for that presentation because it will show, a new potential of the program. Also, we will be talking about Greek Golden Visa program, and I would like to announce that a Cyprus presentation, Real Estate in Cyprus Market Overview and Supply Analysis, will not be happening for some personal important reasons of our speaker, but this presentation will take place in December. Because we'll have another big online conference in December, so this speech will be rescheduled to December. And also myself, I will be presenting hotel real estate investments, distressed assets, what we have so far, what are the discounts, what are the best deals, what's happening on the market of hospitality real estate in different countries. So stay with us for these future presentations. Also, a couple of words about our plans. As you know that ILP Group, we were very active in organizing events all over the world. You can check our website. It's ilpgroup.uk. You can see that website on the screen right now. We previously organized live conference, real live conferences in Bangkok in Thailand, in Mumbai, in India, in Russia, in Moscow, in France, in Cannes, in Monaco, in Kiev, in Ukraine, in London, in Davos. So we were very active all over the world, and we will be continuing these real life conferences while we will be allowed, because now we do not organize live events due to restrictions, lockdown restrictions. Even in some countries it is actually allowed to conduct live events, but our attendees literally couldn't travel because it's hard now to travel. Different legislation in different countries, depending from where you're coming from and from which country, with which passport, and it's very complicated, for organizers to collect all the attendees on a real life conference. So we will be conducting every month a new online conference. You can follow the agenda on our website. In November it will be a conference dedicated to London and Paris hospitality real estate. We are collecting a lot of unique off-market assets, trophy assets, and high-yielded assets which are available on off-market basis. It will be interesting objects, so register there if you are interested in that topic. In December, the conference will be dedicated to immigration and luxury real estate, and it will be in Russian for CIS market. So all of you who now watch and would like to learn more about possibilities for CIS countries in residency and citizenship and in acquiring luxury real estate, you may register to December conference, and we are planning lots of other events, so just follow the agenda on our website. Also, a few organizational note before we will move to answering the questions. We will send you all the presentations by email. Make sure that you are registered to this event with the right email. If not, just follow the registration link one more time and put the email you would like to use to receive all the presentations. And also, a recording of this conference is available. It will be again sent to your email, so you will enjoy the conference in recording anytime you like to go back and to read more about anything what we're told here. Also, please put your questions during the conference from now on. You may already start putting your questions to the speakers. I know that some of you couldn't be with us for 6 hours in a row, and you may miss some important, interesting presentations. But if you have some specific questions, you may put them before the presentation, and we will read it on air, and the speaker will answer that question on air specifically for you, and you will receive the answer after the presentation. Okay, so I see that there is a question about European Union freedom of movement with golden visa holders and also for non-European Union citizens. So if I understand this question correctly, I will try to ask. I will try to answer that question for you. So, to my understanding, you are asking if you are holding golden visa, let's say Portugal golden visa or Greek golden visa, can you travel freely within European Union? This question is not so simple, so I couldn't answer yes or no because it depends from country to country. So maybe I will describe a couple of cases and you will understand why it's so complicated. For example, France. France has implemented a new rules of traveling, and I always recommend to follow official government websites to check because they update the conditions of entering the country on a daily basis, not on a daily basis, but sometimes they apply new rules. And it is important to follow that rules because it depends from which country you are coming from. As you know, there are red zones, green zones, and so on and so forth. So, for example, if you're coming from a red zone country, even with a passport, with the right passport to the country where this red zone country is considered as red, you will have to stay in quarantine, or maybe you will not be allowed to enter, or you will require PCR test, and so on and so forth. For example, France. If you're coming from London, from UK, and you have a residency or citizenship, you may enter the country. If you are coming with a European Union residency or citizenship, you may enter the country. If you are coming from CIS countries, for example, Russia, Kazakhstan, and so on, you are not allowed to enter unless you have a couple of essential travel purposes. For example, it can be visa D type if you have it, or it can be a life education, a real life education with documents about this education. It can be a couple of other conditions which allow you to enter, and also it depends where you are coming from right now, because some countries are considered as a red zone, so you will be asked to stay in quarantine. So you have to check all that conditions on the website, and it is important not only which passport you hold or which residency you hold, but also which country you are currently coming from. For example, you may be a Russian passport holder, but you are coming from, I don't know, Tunisia or the US, and it will be different conditions. And also the purpose of your visit. So it's more complicated questions in COVID-19 times than just a simple, do you have a residency or not? And also, countries sometimes they make agreements between countries and make one country make visitors from one country to enter to another country without anything, like make a free green tunnel between these countries. So it's depending on the current situation with COVID-19 in these countries. But in generally, if you are a European Union resident or a citizen, of course, it's much easier to travel within European Union because most of European Union countries accept each other. However, for example, the same situation with France. Now, Swiss citizens are not allowed. It was like a week ago or so. I heard that, for example, my business partner from Switzerland couldn't go to France because it was closed for foreigners, Swiss passport holders. So it depends, and the situation is changing. So there is no easy solution that you hold the passport or residency and you can travel. However, of course, it will help, and this will ease the travel inside European Union. And if that question which you put was not addressed to COVID-19 restriction, but in general, of course, if you hold a residency or citizenship, of course, you are freely traveling within European Union, and all the benefits for citizens and residents of Portugal apply to you. So, of course, you can benefit from it, and the answer is yes. I hope I understand the question correctly. Also, it was a question, will Brexit have an impact on British property investors? Will they need to apply for golden visas as well? From Timothy. Thank you, Timothy, for being so active today with your questions. There are different, it depends, now Brexit together with pandemic COVID-19 caused a huge mess in British property investors, and it depends which type of investment you are considering in European Union or not. Till the end of this year, you still can invest without anything new, because till December it's still the same. However, after December next year, yes, the conditions will change. So maybe you can ask for more information, like clarify the question. So I will try to answer it. And it was a question about return on investment and payback period for 3-star hotel. I will cover this topic in more details during my speech, which is scheduled today, and you can stay for that time to learn more about return on investment, EBITDA, and yields for hospitality, real estate, and hotels. It's a very interesting situation right now. I would say unique. It's a bad time for sellers and a great time for buyers. So depending on which side you are. However, of course, what we see now was never happening before. It's a unique time. So it's quite interesting, and a return on investment, it will depend on a lot of factors. So let's talk about this during the presentation related to this topic. Okay, and it was a question about tax foreign investors have to pay. A few words about residency. There is a regular residency, right? And there is a tax residency. For example, you may be a UK resident but Cypriot tax resident. And a tax residency depends on different factors. The center of your life interests, business interests, and so on. So I know that a lot of investors are proving that their tax residency lies in a different country from where they physically live. And every investor can actually benefit from tax investment regime of one country, and they can benefit of residency and citizenship of another country. So you can split that question into two, and you can gain one tax residency in one country, which you like more, and regular residency in another country. And of course, some countries allow dual citizenship, so you can have two passports. It depends on your task and your idea of living your business, what is the target. And I know that a lot of consultants, lots of them are presenting today, will gladly help you with building the best way of actually building your structure, your citizenship, residency, tax residency, and which will suit best for you. It's the most common question, actually, which country to choose, where I will pay less taxes and where I will have lots of benefits. So where should I get the residency or the citizenship and buy real estate? But there is no answer. We cannot say only one answer to that question, because it depends very much from the type of business you have, from the type of lifestyle you have, from your goals, what you like to achieve, and the countries you are still linked to. So it's a task for a professional and consultant, but there are lots of professionals and consultants who will be gladly helping you with this task, and of course consult you on that. And we are now ready to start the second part of our conference, and our next speaker will be speaking about residency and citizenship in COVID lowly exposed jurisdictions. We also see that a lot of investors and potential immigrants are wondering actually how this COVID-19 situation affects citizenship by investment market, and where to go without COVID, and where to live in these times. And it's now an idea in investors' minds that if winter will be a complete lockdown in Europe and everywhere, it's best to move somewhere and stay in a sunny and beautiful place for these months rather than staying in their own house in their own country. So it's actually demanded question which will be answered right now. And our speaker is Bastian Trelkat, managing partner of Southeast Asia Harvey Law Group. I already see Bastian. Bastian, it's evening for you. We see that it's a dark time. Thank you so much for staying with us in this late hour. Do you see us? Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can see you very well. I can hear you very well. Let me just increase the volume on my side.
Yes, we also do hear you well and see you well. Thank you so much. Okay, so the virtual stage is yours and we are looking for your presentation.
Well, thanks again for having me tonight. Just let me increase the volume, right? I wanted to address this very hot topic of what are the most successful programs during the COVID-19, but not from the number of vacations, but because COVID-19 is a direct result of the popularity of those programs for many different reasons. One of them being the low number of cases, but the other one being, I would say, the probably high level of quality of medical care that you can find in those countries. So let me go straight into the presentation and open up my PowerPoints. Just a few words about Harvey Law Group. Harvey Law Group is probably one of the largest law firms specialized in investment and immigration in the world. We've been existing for 28 years, and we have maintained high positions as a global advisory immigration firm with now over 32 investment immigration programs in the world. We have around 22 offices, and I will show you a map quickly after. 28 of experience, and like I said, over 22 residency and citizenship by investments. So today, I will focus on those very popular programs during the COVID-19. We also offer business law services as well, commercial transactions, merger and acquisitions, due diligence, any type of commercial contract as well. Our managing partner is well known in the industry, Mr. Harvey, the founder of the firm and still managing partner worldwide, based out of Hong Kong and covering the Chinese market. Myself in charge of Africa and Europe and some Asian offices. Mr. Mats, managing partner for Vietnam and Cambodia. This is our coverage now. We grew out of Southeast Asia, like I mentioned earlier, where we've been for the last 28 years. We have opened offices in Africa earlier this year, in Ivory Coast and South Africa. We are about to open offices in Turkey and Brazil, scheduled for Q1 next year. So let's get into it now. Number one on my list was Vanuatu, simply because Vanuatu was the only country in the world with not a single cases reported in the country. Well, we understand why now, because Vanuatu was one of the very few first countries to actually close its airspace, and that really helped them a lot to maintain that zero case throughout the pandemic. Vanuatu has a citizenship by investment program called the DSP Development Support Program. The program consists in a donation of $130,000 for a single applicant, $150,000 for two, $165,000 for three, $185,000 for four, and $25,000 per additional dependent. It is the only program in the Asia Pacific hemisphere. The program has been, I think, created for 5 years now. You have visa-free access to over 128 countries, including Schengen, UK, just like the Caribbeans, Hong Kong, Singapore. But also, quite importantly, you can enjoy visa on arrival in Thailand and in Vietnam. So it's very convenient for Asian citizens who don't have visa-free access or visa exemption with those two countries. You can also obtain a 3 years multi-entry visa through Australia as well. It's very easy for Vanuatu citizens, and considering the link and the good relationship enjoyed by both countries, it's something that our clients always get. What I love about Vanuatu is it's all about the due diligence. As soon as you are clear from a due diligence point of view, the process is quite fast, and you can obtain a pre-approval in about 1 or 2 weeks and a final approval in about 60 days. You have no language requirements. You don't need to visit the country. A passport officer before COVID would usually travel to the place of your choice, carrying the passports, and have you sworn in the country of your choice. Right now, with the COVID-19, they passed necessary regulations to allow oath-taking ceremony online with the passport officer, as long as a notary public authentifying your identity is in the room as well. You can pay in USD, you can pay in Euro, and you can also pay on a Bitcoin, as long as you use one of the official platform. Caribbean islands were also quite lowly affected by the COVID-19, and we have seen actually a surge from Northern American countries like Canada and the US in the applications to obtain a second citizenship from those 5 Caribbean islands, simply because they enjoy a good quality of medical care. I would take example for Grenada and Dominica, which, as you know, may probably know, have 2 of the largest medical schools out of the US, and enjoy as well great quality of care because of all the resources, doctors, specialists living and working on the islands. Passport benefits are tremendous. You can have visa-free access to up to 165 countries, including Schengen, UK, Singapore, Hong Kong. Some countries especially have different benefits. Grenada offer visa-free access to China. Saint Kitts and Nevis and Saint Lucia have visa-free access to Taiwan. So you can definitely find actually the best program that you want among those 5 different countries. I usually ask my clients what are the 10 most countries that you visit, and based on this, we do a deep analysis of what is the best passport for them. In terms of processing time, you can see that it's pretty much the same. I would say that during COVID, actually, we have seen a faster process, simply because I would say in March, April, there were less applications. So most of the citizenship units were able to clear the backlog that they had and come back to more 2 to 3 months processing time for all the programs. All the Caribbean islands have 2 paths to citizenship. One is made through donation, starting at as low as $100,000, especially for Antigua and Barbuda, where you can include a family of 4. Dominica and St. Lucia are still the cheapest options for individual, $100,000 plus some government fees in the range of $10,000. On the real estate part, we have seen over the last 2 years, of course, a decrease of the minimum investments, coming with, of course, longer retention periods. But Saint Kitts and Nevis and Grenada, for instance, have lowered their minimum investment 2 years ago. Grenada last year at 200 and respectively 200 and 220,000 US dollars for government-approved real estate projects. Latvia has been spared as well. I think with less than 1,700 cases, about 40 casualties only. The temporary residency card can be obtained through a qualifying investment in a real estate property, a local company, a bank, or by subscribing to government bonds. You can include your spouse and children that are 18 years old. With a Latvian temporary residency card, you can travel to the Schengen area, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, up to 3 months per 6 months period. There is no physical residency requirements. You have the right to work in Latvia, obtain a driver license, and to register a vehicle. Like I previously mentioned, the real estate investment started at 250,000 euros into a property on which you had to add government fees, registration fees, and VAT. You can also choose to invest in local company at a minimum of 50,000 euros. This company must meet some certain criteria, be under 50 employees, less than 10 million euros turnover, but pay a minimum of 40,000 euro of tax, corporate income tax per year. You can invest in Latvian credit institutions for 5 years with a minimum investment of 300,000 euros, or buy subscribe government bonds in the amount of as well 300,000 euros, but you will have to pay a 25,000 euro government fees and keep this investment for 5 years. Cyprus permanent residency has been also very, very popular. I think they were pretty much the same as Latvia, less than 1,700 cases with around 25 casualties. Of course, I will not talk about the citizenship program, which has been suspended with effect on November 1st. But I've always been supportive of the permanent residency program, simply because Cyprus is an EU member, and it actually comes with a very decent, good quality medical system, but also education system, simply because with the heritage laid by the British, English is widely spoken. There's also not much crime. The weather is very fine, and all those ingredients actually make it a very, very good jurisdiction to relocate you and your family and your kids. It's also a very friendly for business. The corporate income tax is one of the lowest in Europe, 12.5%, if I remember correctly. There is real resources and infrastructures for logistics, for oil and gas now, and entertainment as well. For obtaining the permanent residency, you need to make a 300,000 euro minimum investment in the real estate development. I will come back to that later for the conditions. As a permanent resident, you're not allowed to work in Cyprus, but you can be a shareholder and also a director of companies. You may receive dividends. As a permanent resident holder, you must visit Cyprus every 2 years, though there is no minimum stay. So you can basically stay 1 day. You can apply for citizenship, so it's not 5 years, it's 7 years of continuous residency. And the permanent residency process is actually one of the fastest in Europe right now. It's about 2 to 3 months. You can include your spouse, the whole children under 18, also your children up until they reach 25 if they are still financially dependent on you. There are no requirements for net worth, source of funds, language, or management experience. There is requirement for source of funds, but only to the regarding the money that you will invest into Cyprus. With the Cyprus permanent residency, it is very easy to obtain visa to the Schengen area. And as you may remember, Cyprus had applied for Schengen, joining the Schengen State Convention before COVID. And I do believe that they will be resuming the discussion next year. You can hold your property freehold. There is no inheritance tax or wealth tax. And of course, the annual property tax is quite low compared to other jurisdictions in Europe. You can buy one or several properties worth at least 300,000 euros plus VAT. You must have an annual overseas income of at least 30,000 euros plus 5,000 euros for each dependent you want to include in your application. You must deposit at least 30,000 euros into a bank locally. You must, of course, have no criminal records. You must subscribe your own medical insurance and be in good health. Last but not least is the long-term residency program in Thailand called under the name of Thailand. Thailand has been one of the first countries during this COVID pandemic to totally close its airspace, even at the beginning to its own residents. And we have seen less than 4,000 cases reported and less than 60 casualties, which is quite remarkable for almost 70 million inhabitants country, so close to where the epidemic started. So you may wonder why actually Thailand has been so popular, simply because first, the Thai medical system is one of the actually present one of the highest quality in the world. Having lived in Thailand for many years, I can tell you that Thailand is at the highest in terms of research and development. Have one of the best hospital in the world, 5-star design, like 5-star hotels, and the cost of the medical care in Thailand is extremely affordable. You can basically run into any hospital, get a specialist appointment without making a booking 3 or months before or 6 months before they can see in Europe, and it will cost you no more bucks. So let's get into the program. Why considering Thailand? Because it's, I would say, it's the capital of Southeast Asia. It's at the heart of the ASEAN economic community, which gather around 600 million consumers. Most of them are under 30 years old and have an increasing purchasing power. It is very recognized for its trade, especially in the agriculture business. Thailand is #1 producer and exporter of rice, jasmine rice, and also shrimp, for instance. It manufactures most of the cars for the Japanese brands in all Southeast Asia. It's a modern and a vibrant society with a growing startup ecosystem. The society is quite young, well educated, mostly English speakers. Culturally, the country is extremely rich with a lot of different cultures, and Thailand was the #1 tourism destination in the country. Before COVID, they were expecting to reach almost 45 million tourists for 2020. In terms of quality of life, as I mentioned earlier, the cost of living is very affordable. The cost of education is also very good quality for money, and the cost of medical care is one of the cheapest in the world, while presenting the highest quality. Thai Elite is a club. By paying the fee, you will join those 11,500 members who enjoy quite a lot of privileges to visit Thailand. You will get a 5 to 20 years visa in your passports, while most of the non-immigrant visa are limited to 1 year only. For work permit, for student permit, for business visa, for retirement, you will never get more than 1 year. But for Thai Elite, you can choose between 5 to 20 years. You can include dependents. There are some family options. You cannot work in the country in a way that you cannot sit behind a desk in a company and receive a salary paid by a local company, but you can definitely work from home, servicing your clients overseas. The program has been designed particularly for digital nomads, those who work remotely from their house. You don't need to show any private medical insurance, unlike most of the other visas. except right now with the COVID-19, you need to show an insurance that covers the treatments if you were infected during your stay in Thailand. But apart from that, you don't have to subscribe for private medical insurance. You need to show any minimum income. You don't need to show any management skills or education. So the program is very, very simple. And the privilege that you will enjoy are, apart from the visa, the fast track immigration lane at the airport. You can enjoy airport pickup and drop off in a very nice Use 35. Some programs come with a free usage of golf and spa or annual checkup. What are the conditions? You must have a clean criminal record, both in Thailand and your current country of residence. You must have never been through a personal bankruptcy. You must be capable of a sound mind, and of course, no prior breach of Thai laws and regulations. There are currently 25 nationals that cannot apply. Iran, Syria, Yemen, Chad, Libya, and Somalia, and a few other African and South American countries. You have to apply through an authorized agent based on your passport, an application form, a picture, and a police certificate. This application will be sent to the Thai Immigration Police, which will run a background check on you in Thailand, but also the immigration department will contact your consulate of citizenship in Thailand to make sure that you are also someone of good character and exempt of criminal convictions in your home country. After which a letter of approval will be issued. You will need to remit the money to the Thai organization for activation, and after arrange your visa at the closest Thai consulate or Bangkok airport. But this option at Bangkok airport is no longer available because of COVID-19. The processing time actually is about, used to be 3 to 4 weeks. With COVID-19, Thai have seen a surge in the number of applicants, especially in August, September, and October, which have seen a surge of applications multiplied by 3 to 4. Usually Thai was processing around 200 applications per month. Now it went up to 1,000 per month. So the average processing time right now went up to 6 to 7 weeks. You also need to make an appointment with a Thai consulate overseas, which may take another 3 weeks as well. On top of the visa and those privileges at the airport, you'll be able to open a Thai baht and foreign currency account. You will have the possibility to have an internet banking, to obtain a tax identification number, and also obtain a driving license pretty easily. You will not have to retake any exam. You will just have to basically convert your existing driving license with a Thai driving license. So Thailand has, I've seen actually a surge of almost 40% Thai elites, 40% in since January 1st, mostly, I would say, because of COVID-19. Lots of actually foreigners felt that they could be very, very safe in a very low affected area. And there are right now thousands, if not dozens of thousands of actually residents applying to come in, whether they were residents, but also more and more Thai elite members, new members who wants to come in. And the government has actually created a special procedure for new members to enter the country. And I would expect the numbers to actually be even higher once the country has lifted its restrictions on the airspace. Well, this is I wanted to share with you those lowly affected COVID-19 residency and citizenship by investments. I hope that you found this very informative, and do not hesitate to drop us an email on our website. Well, I wish you all the best wherever you are in the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
I will leave the floor
Bastian.
back to you.
Very interesting
Pleasure.
presentation.
Thanks for having
And
me.
we have one question from Kate Tarasenko. I'm a freelance. Does Vanuatu have any programs specifically targeted at digital nomads? Or do you know which countries have in the Caribbean or Southeast Asia?
Okay, so like I mentioned, Thailand is actually is probably the best program for digital nomads because the cost is very affordable. Start as 500,000 baht, which is 16,000 US dollars for 5 years. The processing is quite fast. I mean, we're talking about something less than 2 months. Vanuatu has came up recently with a permanent residency program, and the investment is very, very minimum. We're talking an amount of 15,000 US dollar, and you can get your permanent residency card and move right away to Vanuatu in about less than 2 months.
Okay.
I heard that Barbuda,
Antigua and Barbuda.
Tobago, no, Antigua, Barbados, sorry, Barbados. Barbados has also came up with a 1-year visa for digital nomad. But I'm not very familiar with that program because, well, it's we don't have so much inquiry for
digital nomads.
for this part. I would say for a 1-year visa in this part of the world, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bastian. Very interesting and fruitful presentation. We all learned a lot of new information from it. Thanks for sharing. And to all the attendees, you can see contacts of Bastian on the screen right now. You can see email and telephone number. So in case you are interested in cooperation or you would like to inquire about specific program, please feel free to contact Bastian. And also you can address questions to Bastian directly to his email. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening, Bastian.
Thank you. Have a lovely day as well. Bye-bye.
And we are ready to move on to our next destination, which is again a very beautiful, sunny and beloved by myself country called Turkey. This country is just in the heart of Europe, and it combines everything best from Asia and from Europe, and I'm sure a lot of our attendees love this country. And now this country actually presents interesting and beautiful program of citizenship by investment, which is quite new to the market, not as popular as others, but very efficient and useful for a number of investors. I'm sure not all of our attendees know about this program, about its conditions, and we invited specifically for you to learn more about it a speaker, Serhan Aysever, Director of the Europe, Middle East and North Africa markets of Beyond Residence and Citizenship. A few words about Beyond Residence and Citizenship. It's a global company and they help with residency and citizenship all over the world, familiar with all the programs all over the world. And Serhan will be talking specifically about Turkish citizenship. So Serhan, I see you very well. Please say something so we will ensure that we also hear you very well.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we do. And we see a nice map behind you representing the whole world of possibilities.
Definitely. It's a symbol, you know, definitely. World is in our hands. Why not?
Okay, we see and hear you well. You can start the presentation.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be part of this conference and have the opportunity to present to the distinguished audience today. As you said, I'll be presenting Turkish citizenship by investment. programs. So I will share my presentation with you. So okay. Hello.
Serhan, it was a small disconnectment. Can you say something so we can ensure we hear you?
Of course, I'm asking if you are able to see my screen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Let us check if we can see your screen. I will ask my technical team to help. Yes, we do. We see you. Okay, you can go on.
Okay, so I'll start. Mentioning about Beyond a bit, of course. So we advise high net worth individuals and families on residence and citizenship by investment programs. We have over 15 years of industry experience. Our founders and managing partners are the pioneers of the industry, and we are one-stop shop solution for over 30 residence and citizenship by investment programs. Some of them are actually covered very well today, and at Beyond, we are able to offer the solution to our clients as well. Today, we have a global presence. You can see two colors on this slide. The black ones are we have basically colleagues and offices, Shanghai, Hong Kong. We are headquartered in Dubai, but I'm presenting today from our flagship office in London. We have offices in Istanbul and the other part of the Europe, Moscow, Kiev, Budapest, and Canada. Also, for the next year, hopefully after the pandemic, we will have expansion plans. So we will be in States, Brazil, Lagos, and Johannesburg, hopefully to provide our services to our clients better. So I would like to start off with the country introduction. Turkey, of course, you already told in the beginning, you said very nice words about Turkey. Thank you very much. So the Turkey, with its unique geostrategic location, nestled between Europe and Asia, Turkey has always been at the crossroads of civilizations. So owing to this rich history, Turkey has cultivated a welcoming culture. So basically, this popularity renders a leading choice for second home for thousands of citizenship by investment clients from all over the world. Turkey has over 80 million population. More than 20 urban centers have over 1 million population. So it shows that for the investors, the domestic market is an interesting market. And also, it's the 13th largest economy in the world. Turkey is a member of NATO, G20. So this robust economy, it's a leading position. It has a leading position in the region, and it's created an investment-friendly environment in Turkey. There are plenty bilateral investment protection treaties between countries, and also double taxation treaties between 86 countries. Free access to 1 billion consumers via customs union and free trade agreements through Turkey is possible. That's an interesting point for international investors. And also the geostrategic location of Turkey allows 4 to 6 hours flight distance to the key markets. Again, geostrategy is important. Turkey has one of the largest diplomatic networks in the world today. Why this is important? Because earlier today, our industry colleagues mentioned about the ranking of the passports It's based on, of course, the countries that you can visit visa-free, but also these diplomatic missions, I guess, another kind of a leverage for a passport's power, because during pandemic, you see some countries close their borders. If you are basically locked down in some of the countries, having a diplomatic mission that with a passport holder of that country to connect and ask for help is important. And Turkey has that power. Strong healthcare system. Again, we've been, through this unprecedented times, pandemic times. So strong healthcare system is one of the important points for the investors. As the previous presenters mentioned, people are also looking for the healthcare system. First of all, Turkey has a free healthcare system, free education. Also, there's private and state hospitals. Interesting statistics to share. Turkey has 46 intensive care beds per 100,000 inhabitants. So that means it's better numbers than very well-developed countries like Germany, UK, etc. So actually, this is important. And Turkey was the 6th most visited country with 56 million tourists in 2019. And so the program is becoming more and more popular. It's not a surprise. So Turkey's Citizenship by Investment program is a relatively new program. The law was enacted back in 2016. However, the program gained its popularity back in 2018 when the $1 million investment threshold for real estate dropped to $250,000. So since then, the program reached its popularity, and that is becoming even more and more interesting every day. So the program requires person to make a significant economic contribution to the country and being at least 18 years of age and do not pose any threat to the nation. So fairly simple requirements. So what are the investment options? There are several options, but fixed capital investments of USD 500,000 is one of the options. It's either a cash deposit to a bank account in Turkey, or buying government bonds or any type of government debts, and a real estate investment of 250,000 US dollars, or creating 50 jobs. And all of the investment types have to be held for 3 years. So the most popular options, actually, maybe 19 or 95% of the applicants opt for the real estate option. So USD $250,000 or equivalent in any currency investment is validated for the citizenship application. Must hold period is only 3 years, so the exit after 3 years is possible. Also, a couple of our clients opt for 500,000 deposit into a Turkish bank. Again, the must hold period was 3 years. So depositing that amount to bank, of course, comes back with some interest as well. The money parks in Turkey for 3 years, but of course, you make some interest out of that money. So if somebody with the motivation of, let's say, not interest, but different type of, let's say, Islamic banking from Middle East, so that's also a possibility in Turkey. The process for real estate purchase that I would like to touch upon here, having said that, not only real estate, but also it's similar for the bank deposit with little nuance. But of course, I'll cover the first of all, the applicant has to have a tax ID in Turkey. That we, of course, facilitate everything for our clients. We offer hand-holding service from first contact till the passport acquisition. We have office in Istanbul and team in ground, property consultants and also lawyers. So the clients, if they wish to visit, more than welcome. We pick them up from the airport and help them throughout their visit. If they cannot make it, the advantage, especially during the pandemic, they can only give power of attorney to our lawyers, and our lawyers can acquire a tax ID for them and open a bank account on their behalf in Turkey. So the next stage will be, of course, in this case, finding a suitable property. We always send short lists, to properties for our clients. If they can't visit, we can do virtual tours. But if they can visit, of course, we take them to the properties. And after the property is found, there will be an important move from that because one of the requirements is the survey report of that property. So government approved survey report required. That's actually to protect the investor. So that survey reports show that the property market value is indeed $250,000. So after that, our lawyers take that surveyor's report to the government authorities to get certificate of conformity. So no need to mention, but we of course do our own due diligence checks on the properties as well in advance. So applying after that a residence permit and then a citizenship. So all in all, the whole process can be completed between 3 to 6 months. During pandemic, we had a client who sent his power of attorney to us and received his passport in only 3 months. So why Turkish citizenship by investment program is so popular? Because it doesn't differ to any other citizenship, for example, a citizenship attained by birth. The citizenship can be passed on to the subsequent generations. So children or the grandchildren will have the privilege to be, of course, the citizenship, the passport, holding the passport. And no wealth declaration required, unlike the other countries. Very low inheritance tax laws, unlike other developed countries. I'm joining you from the UK today. The inheritance tax is 40% here. And so visa-free travel to more than 110 countries, including Singapore, Hong Kong, and Brazil are the interesting destinations to mention, and many others. So I mentioned earlier that diplomatic network of the country is also important. One of our clients received his passport in very such short time, in 3 months, and then he traveled back to Europe where he has another residence. And 1 week later, he called us that he lost his passport and the ID card. So we immediately get in touch with the respective consulates and make all the arrangements. He immediately visited and received his temporary passport to travel to Turkey, but he opted to stay in the country. And in a couple of weeks' time, he received his new passport. So again, it's an important point to mention. So Turkey has some privileges, Turkish citizenship, like US access via E2 treaty. Earlier, I think it was covered during the Grenada program presentation. So Turkey is a treaty country. I will, give more details about that E2 in one of the slides after this. And Turkey has also another privilege. It's an easy access to UK via Turkish business person visa. Again, I will explain the details because Brexit is happening at the end of this year. So will the Turkish citizens chance to still relocate to the UK? We will touch upon that. So Turkey is a program is an investment, not a donation. Again, this one was covered earlier. The Caribbean options, either a donation is option for the citizenship application or real estate acquisition. So it suits to different type of clients. So in this case, Turkey is an investment, not a donation Turkey program. Must hold period again is only 3 years. In many other countries, it is 5 years. So free world-class health care, important points to mention. So E2 visa, so route to US. So investor must be a citizen of a treaty country. So in this case, Turkey is a part of the treaty. Applicant must invest a substantial amount of capital to become an investor in US. This is a non-immigrant visa, So they look for the investors with a substantial amount of capital. So what's the substantial amount of capital is not defined, but the experts say that it's between starting from $100,000, $150,000. So applicant must own the majority of the business, more than 50%, and be in charge. Creating a new business is possibility. Investing in an existing business is a possibility, or investing in a US franchise, which is the most popular route, I guess, because many people are looking to get established franchisees to invest in, because there will be a management in place, which is easier for the investors. And we, again, as a one-stop shop service provider, can help Turkish citizenship acquisition, and after that, if anybody's looking to relocate to US with our partners in US, we can again help and provide the necessary assistance for this. So Turkey gateway to the UK. The European Community Association Agreement between Turkey and England, UK, signed back in 1960s. So it's also known as Ankara Agreement, famous Ankara Agreement. So Turkish citizens can relocate to from Turkey to the UK with an intention to do business here. That was a very advantageous visa type, because the dependent children under age of 21 and spouse may, of course, together apply with the main applicant. So that's a unique route, the possibility for the only Turkish passport holders. So as I said, the discussions are going on, the Brexit happening at the end of this year, and Ankara Agreement also ceased to exist. However, recently the Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey visited the UK and also met his counterparts here. One of the topics was the Ankara Agreement, because they recognize that the agreement has mutually benefit both parties and the countries. So there will be probably new version of it in the next upcoming year. So again, I think we will look out for the new developments, but this is also an important option for the Turkish passport holders. So as I mentioned, the property element is the most important part of the Turkish citizenship by investment program. So how do we source our portfolio? So we have properties ranging from serviced studio apartments to in the heart of Istanbul, to a villa type luxury living resorts in Istanbul, as well as in holiday destinations of Turkey. We can, generally speaking, choose completed properties or due to completion in 6 months for our investors. We again look for globally or locally very well-known property management service in place, because we know that international investors, when they invest into a property, they probably have several properties all over the world. So it may not be easy to manage their properties remotely. So if there's a management in place, it makes life easier. Again, our Istanbul office and ourselves can assist with that. But again, this is one of the criteria for us. So properties, we choose the best possibility, the prime locations and the best rental yield, hopefully, and after 3 years, the possible exit strategy. A rental yield for our properties varies from 5% to the up to 10%, depends on the location and the type of the property. So some of them are the hotel properties, serviced apartment properties, or villas. So I will go to the details of options in Istanbul. Of course, I'm not going to take too much of your time with these details. However, as you know, the minimum requirement is $250,000. So we choose prime location in Istanbul, $250,000 minimum threshold with rental guarantee. And we choose them suitable for short-term rentals or long-term rentals. I mentioned that a significant amount of tourists visited Turkey and short rentals were very popular for a while. However, the domestic market is also very important, more than 85 million population Turkey has today. And so if, let's say, COVID times, pandemic, people are not able to travel, so the domestic market also an option. So the properties are important to focus on that. I'm not gonna, of course, go again on details, but I would like to show as a taster some of the photos from our property options. So, for example, some investors can have privilege to have villas or property in Istanbul and enjoy, to have a marina next door to their property. And that villas these days, people prefer detached, properties because after pandemic, people started to look for a bit more independency, so these are becoming more and more popular. So that's a luxury living style in Istanbul. Of course, we can source, as you can see. And also some of the important aspects of the property selection that we have, internationally renowned hotel investment is possible in Turkey. And of course, they forecast their occupancy rates and then they offer rental guarantee in return. So some of the rental guarantees are, as I said, start from 5%, but in the hotel sector, it goes up to 7%. And also it can go up the holiday destinations. The hotels, of course, offer luxury living. You buy a hotel room in Istanbul and you will have privilege to use the same hotel for free a couple of weeks a year. And also the rest of the weeks will go into the rental pool to generate income for the investors. And those are the photos from the top class hotels. And again, I mentioned the Bodrum property options. Bodrum is a very well-known destination. It's a Riviera of Turkey for the audience who doesn't know already. There are some serviced apartment options, starts from 150,000 US$. It can in Turkish Citizenship by Investment program. You can either buy one property or 10 properties. As long as you have the required amount invested in to the property, and it could be a residential, it could be a commercial, or a combination. So these are the flexibilities that the program offer. So Bodrum, as you can see, the pristine, beaches and a very nice panoramic view. And also, again, people prefer these type of places during the pandemic. Even the local tourists are going to Bodrum to spend their times. And for big people who's looking for a luxury living, it's also good. Again, a marina, again, worldwide, famous marinas in Bodrum. If anybody is into yachting and you have a boat, these destinations are offering great options. So I'm just showing quickly some of the beautiful photos from our product portfolio. So anybody who's looking to get help from us, we have property consultants in Istanbul with our lawyers that can help our investors. So I think to summarize, the program is an interesting program, offers a lot of advantages. Beyond are experts in investment migration. We not only offer Turkish citizenship by investment, but it's today's subject, of course, but we offer over 30 residence or citizenship by investment programs. So the program, Turkish Citizenship by Investment program, is becoming an increasingly attractive option. I think earlier today, an industry colleague, great colleague, Dominic mentioned Turkey probably is the number one at the moment for the citizenship by investment programs. So it's an interesting fact. It's because it's fast and effective processing within 3 to 6 months. The applicant and main applicant, as well as the dependents, in this case, spouse and any children under 18 can apply together. and they receive their citizenship and passport within 3 to 6 months' time. So, as I mentioned, it offers the exit strategy as well as rental yield during that 3 holding period, must hold period, and the capital appreciation if possible. The Turkey has this unique position, Turkish citizens to relocate to the US or to the UK via Ankara Agreement. As I said, Ankara Agreement has to be revisited in 2021, but it's promising. But US option E2 treaty is always there. And it's beyond. We are more than happy to welcome any questions today during the event or after the event. Please reach out to me, and my details can be found here. And I'm sure you can also receive the details later on. All the presentations will be sent. So, Ksenia, I think that's all from me. Happy to answer all the questions.
Thank you so much, Serhan, for a wonderful presentation. And you know, not only me and you like Turkey, because we have a comment from Bergüzar Dere that I absolutely adore Turkey. Payback-wise, do you think it is more expedient to invest in Istanbul, in the Turkish Riviera, or in a tourist destination on the rise, like, say, Cappadocia?
So a very interesting question. Thank you very much. So whoever asking, of course, knows about Turkey. That shows us. There are different thoughts. Istanbul, the population of Istanbul is around 20 million. It's a business hub, very popular tourist destination, and for the domestic market as well. So Istanbul is always the number one choice for the investors so far. But holiday destinations like Bodrum, a seaside resort, seaside resort is also the second in the rankings because it offers a lot. Because Antalya as well, the same. The holiday season is quite long there, very sunny. I think it's around 6 months. The Cappadocia, is again very popular touristic destination. I haven't heard many people who invested in Cappadocia for the citizenship by investment, but I know in the past people who are looking for boutique hotels to invest in Cappadocia because it's a very interesting place, definitely.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned a couple of times hospitality, real estate, and hotels. And I believe Turkey is a really good place to invest in hospitality because it's a popular tourist destination, right? And to my understanding, there are hotels with more than 10% yield, so it's a very profitable business. If you can give us some insights on that market sector, maybe what is going on now on the market? Are there a lot of good assets to invest? So, for example, if we have investors interested in that region, will you help them with investment in hospitality real estate?
Thank you very much for a great question again. Definitely more than happy to help. For the market insight, as I mentioned, it starts from 5%, can go up to 10%. Because in 2019, Turkey was the 6th most visited holiday destination. There were 56 million tourists. So probably, if of course now pandemic stopped that travel. However, again, it's expected to reach those numbers soon, in a couple of years, hopefully. So it is definitely an interesting market to look for. Boutique hotels, and definitely there are some assets available for individual investors we have, but in a bigger scale, again, we are happy to look for opportunities and options together for single investors. For example, international brand in Istanbul offers a part suite with 7% rental guarantee for the next 3 years. 7% is a good average in Istanbul, and always an international brand that hopefully after 3 years there is all that exit option in hand. So there are other options in Bodrum, for example, higher than 7%.
Sounds very interesting. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, one more question. Are there any special considerations before doing so? Would we need a Turkish local as an investor, or could we rent an office space and go from there? Yes, and it is, it is a double question, so I will read it from the beginning. Recently, my organization, FEMIDA, has been receiving many requests to work abroad in Turkey. Instead of sending our investigative team there each time, we were thinking of opening a local office there. Before doing so, would we need a Turkish local as an investor, or could we rent an office space and go from there?
I think this is a good question out of our scope, but I'm able to answer because I covered that the Turkeys have a friendly, environment for international investors. So if anybody is willing to do business and open a local office in Turkey, they can definitely do without local person's involvement. But it is, of course, recommended to get that consultancy from somebody who knows the local market.
Okay, thank you so much. So far, we don't have any more questions. Thank you so much, Serhan, for your wonderful presentation. And I feel vibes of sunny Turkey around us. I hope that all attendees feeling the same. So we will share your presentation and information with all the attendees. And if dear attendees, you will have further questions, you may address them directly to Serhan. You see Serhan's email and phone number on the screen. So please feel free to reach out directly. And Serhan, we wish you a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much again for having us. It's a great conference, and good luck for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. And now you'll spend a bit of more time with me. I hope you are not too bored of me being on air all the time. I will be presenting my speech about hospitality real estate, about hotels, because ILP Group, part of organizing conferences, we also involved in hospitality real estate sales, and we are very familiar with this market. So I will be describing what's going on the market, and I know that some of our attendees came here specifically to learn more about the situation. So I don't know how many of our attendees actually are professionals in this industry, so forgive me if I will say some very simple and similar things. I just want all types of investors understand what's going on, and I hope that this speech will be interesting for both experienced buyers such as investment funds and hotel chains, and also newbies such as high net worth individuals just looking for hotels for themselves. Actually, hospitality real estate, it's a very interesting sector, very attractive one, and it was always very demanded, very active sector with a lot of acquisitions. However, COVID-19 brought its flavor, and now everything is completely different. We see that a lot of buyers are floating on the market, new types of buyers, because hotels, hospitality, tourism, airlines are all now distressed. We see that tourism is on stop, it's not active, it's in a very bad shape, and professional investors understand that in this time, it's best time to buy this asset as a distressed asset. And it's true, it's a lot of bankruptcy on the market. Owners are suffering from the current situation, and the worst is that probably we don't know when it will all end. So we don't see when exactly it will end. Before, in the summer, it was a forecast that until January or until spring. However, now without vaccine, we don't know when actually the world will start travel again. And we know that hotels are now are forced to have a lot of expenses, and it's a quite bad situation for them. What does it mean for buyers? A lot of buyers are coming to the market, different type of buyers, I would say. Professional buyers like investment funds, current hotel owners, hotel chains, high net worth individuals who already own some hotels, or at least understand the market, and they understand how to act now. And there are a lot of new type of buyers who were never involved in hospitality real estate before. However, they understand that this is a good time to buy something with a great discount, and they are starting to pay attention to this market. So we see that huge number of requests from everywhere, from all types of investors. At the same times, we see a lot of assets, new assets on the market. Before, I would say, before this spring, if investor wanted a trophy hotel, a great one, he was fighting for this asset. He was asking the current owner to sell. He was, trying to find a specific approach to the owner. Owner had to like this investor, and from my personal experience, owners declined investors' requests quite often because they just don't want this investor to be involved with his pearl and beloved hotel. So it was a seller's market. So before COVID-19, hospitality real estate was a seller's market. So a lot of assets were high yielded. They brought profit. There were trophy assets located in the heart of the center of the big cities such as London, Paris, Lisbon, Rome, Madrid, and so on. And buyers had to move around the seller and convince the sellers to sell. Nowadays, situation is different. It's a buyer's market, so buyers are dictating the rules, and a lot of sellers are ready to sell the assets. So even sellers are seeking for the offers. They are very open for negotiations, and they excuse me for being so, explaining simple things, but again, I just want all the newbies, all the investors who just came to this market to understand me correctly. All the hotel acquisitions are going through a procedure called off market. So we do not market very well-known brands and hotels on the websites and social medias, in newsletters and so on. So as for example in villas market, right? Hotels are always for sale on a discrete basis. So a buyer or his representative, a buyer mandate, they have to sign NDA with the seller, and only after that the seller will disclose the details about this property and disclose the situation, financials, and share the floor plans and so on. So it is not available before it's a serious buyer with a proof of funds, signed an NDA. And the situation is the same nowadays. So we don't see all the well-known brands available online for sale. No. However, they're still available off market, but it's more of them available. Let's say if you would inquire about this last year in December, to us, to ILP Group, for example, with a request, I'd like to have 5-star hotel in the heart of Paris, and you would name a specific district. For example, we could offer you from 3 to 5 offers, right? Nowadays, almost 90% of hotels located there are available, even if that hotel was recently sold. Even this year or last year, new owner will consider to sell it right now because of the situation of the market. And it's a good time for real buyers who really want to acquire. It's a good time to buy now, because you can select anything. You can almost anything. Of course, there are cases, and I face them in my practice this time as well. This month I had the same situations, that the buyer wanted a specific hotel in Milano. However, the owner refused the offer, even it was a binding offer with with an amount much higher than the market value because the buyer wanted specifically this asset. However, the owner declined because the family who owned this hotel, they do not suffer from financial hardship and they can afford themselves to hold this property. They just want to keep it. And of course, these market conditions doesn't means that you can just pick any hotel in the world and it is for sale. No, absolutely not. However, it's much more assets on the market than before. So for buyer, this means the bigger choice and also the better price. So most of owners are ready for your negotiations. So they name the price they want, but you can name your price. And for example, you can ask for a discount yourself, and it's best to straight away name the price you would like to pay from the very beginning. It is important that you will prove yourself as a serious buyer. For that, you will need to show proof of funds, which can be a bank cover letter or annual report of your company or any other type of proof of funds, and write an LOI with the exact number of amount which you would like to offer to the owner. And I see that a number of cases when owner accept discounts like 30, 40 or 50% even, depending on the situation where they are now, because some of them are suffering from financial hardship and they really need to sell right now. Some of them are not. And of course, we cannot predict the situation with this or that hotel, but we can pre-negotiate on behalf ourselves, or other consultants who help you with hospitality real estate sales. We can negotiate on your behalf with the owner and find out which price will be considerable, at least starting price. Of course, after due diligence, financial and technical due diligence, you will be able to change the price according to your investigation. And also, those owners who are not ready for negotiations are withdrawing their properties from the market. We also see a number of cases where, for example, in Germany, recently, a very, very nice hotel, just a beautiful one in Berlin, it was for sale, and then owner faced the situation when buyers are all negotiating a better price. They're offering like 40, 45, 50% discount, and the owner is not ready to sell for this price. And he understands that every buyer who will be coming now will be asking for a better price. So he just withdrew the property and he said, I will resume the sales after COVID, only after that. And the same situation is everywhere, in London, in Paris, in Rome. So I know a number of cases. So that is what you have to be ready for if you're a buyer or a buyer representative, and as a seller. As a seller, because I talk to hotel owners on a daily basis, and I understand the situation you are facing now, and we all are sorry for that. It's a COVID-19 world, pandemic world. But if you really want to sell your property fast, you have to consider these offers and negotiate with buyers. I know that some owners are offering joint venture, do not sell 100% of the properties. You ask to leave for themselves at least a management company or 10 or 15 or 20% of shares. So, you can develop a strategy which will suit you best. However, if you're an owner, you have to be ready that buyers will come and negotiate a better price, and the price will be much lower than you expect. So this is the reality we face. And also now a lot of bankruptcies on the market of the entire chains, groups, hotel owners, and some of the assets are going through a procedure of liquidation. And it can be a bank or a law firm or another government entity in charge of liquidation procedure. This entity will name a price, starting price. It can be a bidding process. I don't know if you're aware of this liquidation process. It is when current company is considered as a bankrupt, they cannot operate anymore, and this asset is putting for sale just to cover the debts. So it's a very common situation right now across Europe. I know number of cases in France, in UK, in Italy, in Switzerland, like almost everywhere in Portugal. And it is, very interesting market for buyers. And I see that experienced buyers already started to inquire about it, already started to search this asset specifically, because let's say Paris, it's a real deal case. It is a portfolio of 5 hotels, which pre-COVID, it was a price for 190 millions, and now all 5 hotels are for sale for 66 million. So you see the huge discount here, and this is a very common situation with assets under liquidation. How liquidation procedure is going? So an entity in charge of liquidation will develop a package of onboard package of paperwork which a potential buyer has to fill. Some of them will ask to put some amount on escrow, some of them will not. It will be enough just a proof of funds, and then you will start either to participate in a bidding process. For example, it will be a couple of buyers. It can be even like 3, 4, or 10, or 20, or 30, depending on the assets. And you will be competing with each other on the price. So who will offer the higher price? This entity will be a final owner of the property. Or another way, it will not be a bidding process. It is going on a first come, first served basis. So if it's an urgent sale, liquidation entity will just sell it for a named price to the first buyer who will just arrive. So it depends, and we cooperate with these liquidation entities right now. So if you or your buyers are interested in this type of assets, you can contact us. You can see my contacts on the screen, inquire about it, and we will share the assets we have. It's again a unique opportunity to acquire an asset for a price much lower than market value, much lower, triple lower, or even higher, because of course we can say that these assets are not they in most cases they are not profitable. So for example, this portfolio of hotels which I'm describing in France, they were suffering even before COVID. They were losing money, not making money. However, with a new management, with a new brand, with another strategy of and with this low price, you can start earning money. And if talking about yield, because in hotel acquisitions, yield is the most important factor, it is calculated based on profit and a value of the asset. So if you have these 2 parameters, you will calculate yield. Just to give you some idea to compare with other market sectors. For example, before COVID, yield of 6% in London was considered as a great one. In Paris, 6 to 8. In Portugal, 10. In Switzerland, 8, 6. In Germany, 4, 5. So again, depends on how many keys on the in the hotel and location, other factors, but it's just the price, just indicators. However, to make yield higher, you can not only increase profit, which is not possible in our COVID times when there is no tourists, but you can also decrease the price, because when you decrease the price with the same level of profit after normal tourism will be back, yield will be increased. So return on investment will be increased for an investor. That's why what we recommend, negotiate the better price for you based on the numbers. And that's what experienced investors are doing right now. For example, a case in Portugal, we now have a real estate portfolio, 10 hotels in Portugal, and current owner named a price which is the most desirable one, and investor during the due diligence offered a price much lower, because and he made it very clear with a lot of arguments why he believes this price is real with these market conditions. So he explained based on the current income, current management accounts, current due diligence, and the owner actually accepted. So when you know what you want to achieve, what kind of profit you want to have at the end, and you go to that profit not only by increasing the income, but by decreasing the price, you can achieve that goal that way, which is very common in these COVID-19 times. Also, what I would say that there are some assets, trophy hotels, which were never for sale before. Nowadays, the most beautiful hotels in the world, both grand hotels and boutique hotels, big and small, 5-star, 4-star business hotels, MICE hotels are for sale, and some of them are for sale for the first time ever. So before it was like the same owner for, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years, or a family-owned hotel, and this family owned this hotel for 100 years, let's say, and now it's the first time for sale. So it's a unique opportunity for buyers to select a pearl actually and become an owner of that pearl. So it's a very, very interesting time for buyers. A lot of buyers, a lot of assets, good time. However, deals are not happening that fast as before. Deals are postponing. Investors are waiting what's going on, what will happen. Some investors are waiting while US elections while happening. It's very soon, because maybe the general changes on the market will be implemented. Something will happen with the currency, so everyone is waiting what will happen. Also, some signs of pandemic end, because we see that the market is I'm talking only about hospitality real estate. I know that our previous speakers were describing residential real estate, and it's completely different story, but with hospitality real estate, the market is going down, so prices are decreasing, not increasing, right? And investors do not know when actually it will end. So for example, if I buy a hotel now, maybe tomorrow it will be cheaper. I should wait. I should wait for new assets for it to be cheaper. So I'm talking very frankly with you. This is what is happening. And what we recommend, that you can just pick the asset you like, name the price you like, and get it now. Even you shouldn't wait for the price to decrease. You can get it decreased right now, because what are all the experts' forecasts are that once first signs of pandemic end will be shown, for example, about the vaccine, about the tourism resume, and so on, hotel owners will not be ready to sell it with these conditions. They will understand that they will have some profit, and they will be able to sell it for better conditions, so they will be actually going back to normal life. And first strategy is just to get what you want with better price right now, or second strategy is to wait for the first signs and then try to get it that time. Also, what can happen that the asset you like will not just go through all this pandemic world, because no one knows when it will end, and this asset will go into liquidation process, and someone will buy it for much lower price. And what is important is that these liquidators are not marketing this property widely and worldwide. They're just quietly selling it, and there are always investors who would like to buy it for this very low price. So you have to keep an eye on that property all the time and understand. It's best to actually link with a professional who is keeping an eye on the market, and this professional has to inform you about what's happening with this or that asset, inform you how price range are differ. For example, we always see current deals. Let's say last week in London it was one sale of a hotel, and we all see what price it was, what kind of asset, so it's kind of indicator what's going on. And it is always very useful to understand how market is moving, and what to wait in the next periods. Also, interesting offer with guaranteed profit when you buy. Previous speakers touched that topic about guaranteed income from hospitality investments. It's a very also interesting, depending on would you like to be a passive investor, just receive your income, or you would like to operate the asset, or you would like to resell it in some time. So it depends on the strategy. However, it's also an interesting time. And there are, because our conference is today linked with immigration, I would mention that in countries which have citizenship by investment and residency programs, there are a number of beautiful hotels available, and when you invest in that hotel, you get your passport and residency, and you receive a profitable business on a very low price. For example, there is a nice hotel in Antigua and Barbuda, which is a citizenship by investment destination, available for sale, first time ever. So if you are interested in this type of assets, you can inquire. Actually, any type of hotels in any country, you can inquire. Send me a message to my email, which you see on the screen, and we will show you what we have. But we will need to understand that you're a serious buyer and capable actually to acquire a property on the amount which you will indicate. So when sending an inquiry, I would ask you to name what kind of properties you are looking for. For example, a hotel, how many stars, how many rooms, where located, preferred location, and or preferred yield, or you can even name a particular hotel which you like, and we will check if it's available for sale. So let's start negotiations and see how we can cooperate. I see we have some questions which I'm going to answer now. By the way, I wanted to mention that this time was dedicated to Cyprus, to real estate in Cyprus, but Tassas couldn't join us today, and he will be presenting in December on our online conference in December with the same topic. So I encourage all of you to join us, and he will explain what's going on with the real estate market in Cyprus. He will share his market overview and supply analysis. The presenter is Tasos Stavro, Group Sales and Overseas Operations General Manager of Aristo Developers. It's one of the biggest developers in Cyprus. You know, Cyprus is now facing a lot of challenges, and I received a number of emails from current owners of real estate in Cyprus asking, what shall we do? Shall we sell now? Shall we wait? Will this program go back? I don't know what to do. You know, it's very, very interesting times. So it will be useful to listen to Tassos' opinion in December. Maybe new legislative change will come up, so he will describe them as well. Okay, going back to the questions. Yes, Leah Adamu. I am not a professional in this industry, but I assume buying distressed assets can involve certain risks. What should be done to mitigate them and secure the deal? Okay, so what are the risks of distressed assets? Distressed assets are the assets who are suffering from these current times, right? So they do not have income. And if you will be an owner of this hotel, you will have to cover operational costs, normal operational costs of the hotel, which can be, of course, reduced, but they will not be zero. So if you will become an owner of that hotel, you have to be prepared to invest something to hold this property, to operate, not to operate it, even if the hotel is closed. There are some utility bills, some stuff, and so on and so forth. So you have to invest on a monthly basis some funds in operational costs. The risk is also a global tourism. It's a different forecast, and no one knows what will happen, how long this pandemic will stay, when the tourism will actually resume, and when this hotel will start to operate now. You know, there are some interesting cases when most of the hotels are located very well, right? And property is all about location. So it can be a strategy to buy a hotel for nothing, for 50% discount, and convert it to residential, or convert it even to hospital. I know this kind of cases. So it's, you know, you're just buying a beautiful piece of real estate. You can continue operating it as a hotel, or you can convert it into something else. Also, what will be the risk that if your strategy is to invest and resell it after some time, no one knows what will be the price for this asset, when and how much it will cost. However, of course, if we all hopes that pandemic will end in a couple of years, definitely the price will be higher than now, because now it's like very, very, very low price almost on all the markets. If going from market to market, it's different, very different. For example, Thailand is suffering from zero tourism, almost zero, and a lot of owners are selling their hotels, and prices are very good, and they are responsive. At the same time, let's say in Switzerland, country is distressed. In Germany, hospitality industry is distressed, not the country, sorry, and owners are not ready to make huge discounts, because they do not have financial hardship. They are not willing to sell and on a very discounted price, so they keep the price high, like not normal market price. They don't want to make huge discounts. And also France depends from asset to asset. Some assets are decreasing significantly, some assets are stable, some even increase the price, so it depends. UK owners are started to decrease the price, and even they are asking buyers to name the price you would like to pay, and we will consider. And the same situation is almost on all the markets. I see that Portugal is feeling slightly better than others, and owners in Portugal are not ready to give 30, 40 or 50% discounts. Again, it depends from asset to asset. So some assets are available with a discount. So it's always, if you're a buyer, you should try and see the response. Okay, I guess I have I'm close to my time limit, and we still have one more presentation. I know that lots of you are waiting for this presentation, and you can now put all the questions to our speaker about Greece Golden Visa Program. I remember a question about citizenship. I remember a question about real estate. However, if those attendees who put that question are still here, you can ask more. You're most welcome to put new questions now in the chat. And I am very pleased to again invite to the stage Sotiris Fotis, litigation and restructuring partner of Alexio Cosmopoulou law firm, who will be presenting the topic, the Greek Golden Visa Scheme during the pandemic. Okay, Sotiris, do you hear us?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well. Very clear sound, and
Okay.
the picture is beautiful. So, okay, we are ready to
Thank
listen
you very
to the
much.
presentation.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. Apologies for any inconvenience earlier today, and thanks for rescheduling that. Apologies in advance to those who will suffer a repeat of this presentation, and thank you for insisting on the attendance. As I said before, I will have the privilege to discuss with you some key aspects of the Greek legal framework regarding the granting of an investor's permanent residence permit, especially in the light of the pandemic and its implications to the Greek market. I'm replacing today our real estate partner, Helen Alexiou, who couldn't join us due to an emergency, unfortunately, but all credits to her and her team for this presentation. I suppose that we can share the screen now with the presentation, and on the basis of this material, we will try to elaborate some interesting points on the conditions and the procedure of the granting of the permits pursuant to the Greek legislation, on the benefits of such permit for each holder, on the comparison with the past in Greece and with other European legal orders in the present. And finally, I will also try to extract some concluding remarks that will help the comprehension of the current situation. And of course, I will be available to discuss further with you any questions or points that will need a more thorough insight. In our understanding, there are two preliminary remarks that shed light to the Greek legal regime of the so-called golden visas. First, investment as a precondition for granting of the permit is perceived almost exclusively as investment in real estate. It is very recently that an alternative option of investment in bank products has been set as equivalent. In other words, when referring to an investor, we mainly mean a real estate investor. Second, this approach has not changed during the pandemic. The recent emergency circumstances did not affect the substantive provisions of the Greek legal framework. On the contrary, factual conditions appear to be different. There is a slowdown in the administrative procedure of examination, approval, and issuance of these permits. I would say that we have there a real controversy between the law and the facts. So, in the light of the aforementioned, it is now time to go through this material in more detail, and we can go to the slide 2. The legal base. All pertinent provisions are included in the Greek law 4251 promulgated in 2014. Actually, it's the Greek Code of Immigration as amended and still in force. This piece of legislation provides for various categories of visas. We will discuss only the regime of the visa offered upon investment activity of the applicant. It is also vital to note that investment may result only in the granting of a permanent residence permit and not of the Greek citizenship. Citizenship is the object of other pieces of legislation which will not be discussed in this brief description. For information purposes only, it is, however, helpful to stress that the granting of the Greek citizenship is not connected to investment criteria and requires further substantiation in long duration, in other criteria such as the long duration permanent stay, the cultural links with the country, etc. So a residence per se does not necessarily result in the granting of the Greek citizenship. Slide 3 will show us that two criteria must be cumulatively met. First of all, a lawful entrance into the Greek territory if desired in order to check the property. And of course, investment in real estate property surpassing a material threshold of 250,000 euros. Some clarifications would be helpful in this occasion. Indirect control over the asset is also eligible. In this case, the assessment will be made on the share or the equity control of the legal entity that owns the asset. Joint ownership is also eligible. The threshold in this case will be applicable to every joint owner, aside from the case of spouses. It is also very important to remark that the consideration for this transaction must be fully paid at the time of the filing of the petition before the Greek public authorities, even if the notarial deed is conditioned upon other events or factors. These conditions must be respectively fulfilled or aborted at the time of the filing. Slide 4 will show us that the material threshold is also applied to other types of investment, such as long-term, actually 10-year leases pursuant to specific pieces of Greek legislation, and bank products. This is the recently introduced innovation, breaking, I would say, the exclusivity, this narrow and strict link between the investment criterion and the real estate. However, we are not yet very familiar with cases of said investment. Real estate investment remains the vast majority in the implementation of the regime, in the implementation of the Golden Visa scheme. Let's see now the process at a glance with slide 5. The decision for granting is issued by a higher official of the Greek state, acting as a representative of the Minister of Internal Affairs. It is apparent that the petition must be accompanied by relevant documentation evidencing the transaction. Notarial deeds or bank transfers would be sufficient in this case. Potential rejection of the petition is subject to the traditional judicial recourses before the Greek administrative courts. In other words, there is room for judicial protection in case of a rejection. However, in our opinion, this would entail civil or commercial dispute issues being arisen, since the controversy or the doubt would supposedly relate to the completion or not of the transaction and or the legal status of the asset or the legal entity. It is also important to stress that the beneficial scope of the application is extended to the family members of the applicant, namely the spouse, descendants up to 21 years old, and parents. More accurately, these family members are entitled to file for a separate permit without, of course, evidencing a separate investment. But how do we define permanent residence? Slide 6 would show us that the permit has a 5-year duration. It is renewable every 5 years, provided that all conditions are continuously fulfilled at the end of each 5-year period. In other words, the applicant must remain beneficial owner of the asset in one of the ways required for the initial grant. Expenses is, of course, one of the key issues for any interested individual, as slide 7 will illustrate. I'm not aware of the exact costs in other jurisdictions, but I assume that the Greek legal system is a relatively cost-effective one. Slide 7 shows us that administrative fees for the admissibility of the application would not exceed an amount approximate to 2,000 euros. And fees for the so-called dependent applications, namely applications filed by adult family members of the initial applicant, are also extremely low. An amount of 166 euros is applicable therein. So the conclusion is that there are no significant costs other than the investment value that are applied to the procedure. Slide 8 brings us to a key point. Why apply for a Greek Golden Visa? I suppose that the answer is not a Greek particularity and relates to the advantageous regime offered by the European Union and the Schengen zone legal frameworks. In this context, an investor is indeed entitled to travel and act within the said territorial zones in his capacity as a legitimate holder of a visa from a member state. However, one could argue for some favorable circumstances specifically met in Greece. It's the good performance of the country in the pandemic phenomenon, the competitiveness of the market value. We talk about accessible purchase, future sale open to profit, and numerous other options, including living in the acquired property in the light of this family extension of the visa scope, access to public health and education, and even exploitation for monthly income, maybe in short-term rental. That would be the case of investing in Greece's capacity as a famous tourist destination. But in other words, we can envisage investments with autonomous value and not simple tools to be granted the permit. We talk about investment for investment and not as a pure means for the permit grant. It is also important to say that the regime does not depend the benefit to a real permanent stay. The holder is not obliged to evidence a calculated duration of stay during the year in Greece. This context creates, in our opinion, a balanced beneficial package for all interested investors. Another crucial parameter would entail a fair comparison with similar frameworks in other European countries. Slides 9 and 10 illustrate such comparison. We have tried here to present a very brief comparative panorama, reserved, of course, to possibly inaccurate information from other jurisdictions, for which I will be grateful to be corrected by other colleagues. Greece appears to have a relatively low threshold of required investment capital. Please note that due to to some recent internal developments involving public official in not transparent process of granting. As discussed earlier, Cyprus has publicly announced a forthcoming suspension of the program. Slides 9 and 10 give us the image of this comparison. Slide 11 summarizes some of the advantages of the Greek legal regime. The Greek Golden Visa is governed by a relatively simple and clear system of provisions, is granted on the basis of a low material threshold of investment. We can see maybe slide 11, which summarizes, thank you. Is also extended to family members of the initial applicant, provides access to a competitive real estate market, and provides, amongst others, access to education and national health system. On the contrary, as slide 12 shows, potential risks would include, inter alia, the complexity of the land and the cadastral registry. It is true that the ownership identification in Greece is more difficult than the average. There is a risk of unavailable properties, legally or factually. The risk of complexity of planning and zoning issues, especially when acquiring property close to archaeological sites, forests, or areas qualified as having the regime of Natura 2000. The bureaucratic discrepancies of the Greek administration, we have to be honest and admit such difficulties. Maybe slide 12 summarizes better all these conclusions. And please also kindly note that all contracts pertaining the transfer of immovable assets under the Greek law are subject to the type of the notarial deed, even for reservation agreements related to the payment of the first installment. All our listeners should pay a lot of attention to that. Any private, non-notarial agreement concerning real estate transactions is not legally binding under the Greek law. Our advice is not to pay any amount based on private, non-notarial agreements. Such agreements serve only for evidence purposes and are not enforceable. In other words, do not result in the mandatory completion of the transaction. We can pass slide 12 that I have just discussed and go to slide 13. Having said that, I'm sure that our listeners are interested in the implications of the pandemic on the Golden Visa program and generally in the real estate market. As previously discussed, the main findings could be summarized as follows. COVID-19 circumstances did not lead to any amendments in the legal framework. However, the program has been de facto suspended as long as the progress of granting has been significantly reduced. Only 368 applications were approved during the last 8 months, compared to 3,000 up to 5,000 in each of the 2 previous years. This is what I called in the beginning a contradiction between favorable legal regime and difficult factual conditions. However, we strongly believe that this reflects a temporary situation and the inherent hesitation of all authorities worldwide to expand the entrance privileges during the pandemic. Things will shortly improve, and we believe that. Moreover, the Greek market was not significantly leveraged. There is a slight reduction, a slight decrease of the market values in real estate, especially reflecting the suspension of short-term rental platforms, but this is far away from evidencing a collapse of the market. Opportunities for a pure investment in real estate property are thus open in the Greek market. I will close this brief presentation with some statistic data provided by the Greek Statistic Authority and the Greek Ministry of Internal Affairs, and of course, all disclaimers included therein are repeated in the context of our presentation. Slide 14 would illustrate us the contribution of this money injection to the growth flows. 1.45 billion euros represents this money injection of non-domestic capital to the Greek real estate market. We can now go to slide 16, since slide 15 is these disclaimers I referred to. And have an image of the composition of the investors' population. The graphics illustrate that China holds the vast majority, approximately 75%, in the composition of investors. Same result when family members, slide 17, namely non-investors, dependent members of the family, are also counted. And slide 18 illustrates that what we previously have remarked, a significant decrease in the number of approved applications during the last 12 months can be remarked as a pandemic implication. Please note that each column does not represent the absolute number of each year. It is actually the overall sum of all previous columns. In other words, the little difference between the last two columns reflects exactly the very limited number of added applications. Only 368 applications within the last 8 months. And same results remain, slide 19, when family members are also included into the calculation. So, given all the above mentioned, one could summarize some concluding remarks, and we can maybe pass by slides 21 to 24 for you to review some of our recent works and involvement of our office in complex projects in the Greek real estate market. The Greek framework is a system providing for permanent residence and not citizenship through investment. Moreover, is a system comprehending investment as investment in real estate. Second, conditions of granting are relatively clear and easy to be fulfilled, dependent on an explicit threshold. 3, pandemic has not provoked any amendments in the legal regime, but has factually slowed down the course of examination and approval of such permits. 4, pandemic has not significantly affected the Greek real estate market. There is a slight correction of market values due to the suspension of rental platforms, but the Greek market remains competitive for investors. In the light of the overall conditions, Greece, we still believe that offers a very attractive permit package, remains a relatively safe destination with a very good performance in the pandemic management, provides a clear legal regime with access to public provisions such as education and national health system, and offers accessible market values not materially affected by the pandemic and suitable for further exploitation. Our team in Alexiou and Kosmopoulos law firm based in Athens, Greece, and led by distinguished individuals in the field of the real estate, Konstantin Alexiou and Helen Alexiou, highly ranked individuals over the past consecutive years, will be very happy to discuss with you further any relevant interest into the Greek Golden Visa through investing. Thank you once again for this great opportunity to discuss with you. Thank you for rescheduling. Apologies for any inconvenience earlier, and I remain at your disposal for any questions.
Thank you so much, Sotiris, for a wonderful presentation. We have a couple of questions. Here I will start from the very first one, which was from the morning. So it is a question from Zumrat Karimova. She's asking, thank you for the presentation, dear Sotiris. My question is, if prices for real estate vary across the country, investment-wise, what are the most expensive regions and what are the cheapest regions? And what kind of real estate is available at 250 million acquisition?
Yes, thank you for this question. I would say that the threshold is sufficient for an investment even in the broader metropolitan area of Athens. One could acquire very easily a small apartment in Athens and have the threshold criterion fulfilled in order to obtain the permit. Yes, the market value vary across Greece. I would say that it would be more expensive to buy an apartment in Athens or a plot of land in the islands of the Aegean Sea, such as the Cyclades complex or the Dodekanis complex, or in the broader area of southern Peloponnese.
Thank you so much for the answer. Next question is from Mirela Slovic. Welcome back, dear Satiris. I may be riding before the hounds, but I'm wondering what the naturalization procedure for a Greek golden visa holder is. Thank you.
Yes, this is a question to the point. The naturalization procedure is different, is based on different pieces of legislation, and this permit may act as a basis for applying for a naturalization for the acquisition of the citizenship, but citizenship would require 7 years of permanent stay and evidence of additional criteria such as cultural links with the country, being familiar with the language, and having a successful completion of an interview before the Greek public authorities. So one has to make the difference between the residence permit and the acquisition of the citizenship. These two things are not same.
Thank you so much. Next question from Alexandra Kena. Greece, how often does the golden visa permanent residency card have to be renewed after approval, and what is the cost? Also, if 250,000 invested in timeshare, does the investor receive any income on this investment?
Well, the permit is renewable every 5 years upon evidence that all initial conditions are fulfilled. So it is a 5-year duration. I don't want to give any inaccurate information about tax declarations or income deriving from investment in time sharing, but this is something that I can review and get back to our listener with an email.
Great, thank you. And okay, no questions so far. I have a small question by myself. What do you think? Will Greece benefit from what is going on in Cyprus? I mean, do you expect more applications right now or it's not linked and it will not affect Greece?
This is a very reasonable question. We are expecting to see what is going to happen in Cyprus. Yes, I understand the point that there is a great similarity in the interest of potential investors, and there is an interchangeability, let's say, of the selection criteria between Greece and Cyprus, thanks to the very close and narrow cultural and national links. But I think that we have to answer to this question after reviewing the final decisions of the Cypriot government about the program.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, thank you so much. So far, no questions. And to all our viewers and attendees, you can see contacts of Satiris on the screen. there is an email and a phone number. So if you're interested in Greece and in a golden visa of Greece and would like to receive a consultancy, and also I would like to put your questions, please feel free to contact Sotiris directly. Thank you so much, Sotiris, for
Thank you very
joining
much.
us, and I hope that all our viewers enjoying the conference, and we wish you a nice afternoon.
Thanks for rescheduling.
Thank you. Okay, so far I'm very pleased to announce that our conference is almost finished. That was our last but not least speaker. And if you still have some questions which were not answered and you still want to receive some information, you can put your questions right now. We will try to answer them. Or otherwise, you can contact us. You can see our website on the screen, so you can approach us with all your questions. If you would like to receive speakers' contacts, we will be happy to share. And also, a recording of this conference will be available for all the registered attendees. So make sure you're registered with the right email. On that email, you will receive all the presentations, the recording of this conference. And also, I invite you to our next conferences, and the schedule you may check on our website. So you can visit ilpgroup.uk website and see what's coming next. It's a lot of interesting events are coming. We will be happy to see all of you there. And I hope you found interesting and useful information for you. Wish all of you to stay safe and sound, and enjoy your morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you are, and have a nice day. Thank you so much for watching us today. Goodbye.